hello again. Yeah, so that's that run out a little suddenly last time. I was slightly distracted towards the end of the, in the end, very short stream, a couple of hours ago. But everything's fine, and we're back to continue. So we just barely got character creation done last time. We ended up going with a godlike, a death godlike. We are a druid, and we look very, very edgy. We have the edgy voice and everything. And here we are. So, it's this sort of thing. So what? Well, let's just pause and unpause. This is our general radial wheel. So yeah, attributes, skills, abilities, and talents, and rare detail. Yeah, and we went with Explorer, I believe, for our background, so we got an extra point in lore and in survival. So with 2 lore we can use level 1 scrolls, with 3 survival we get level 3 camping bonuses, but I don't know what those are yet. Okay, we've got quite a few abilities. I'll need to have a look through. We've got our Spirit Shift. So our first level druid spells: Charm Beast, Dancing Bolts, Nature's Mark, Nature's Vigor, Sunbeam, Talon's Reach, Tanglefoot, Vile Thorns, Winter Wind. We have no talents, no reputations. Okay, we've got Kaliska, who the caravan leader ordered to help us look for some berries to cure the minor illness we've picked up. So she's a fighter. Constant recovery, fighting spirit, knockdown, and second wind. Ah! Does this let us... No, we don't see the description of spells. It's just tooltips for various stuff. Crafting. Okay, crafting is a thing. So, a whole lot of food. Potion, scrolls. We have no materials as of the moment. Inventory. Okay, inventory stash. If expert mode is active, which is not, because this is my first playthrough, the stash can only be accessed while camping or in town. What is... Gon's Pledge. This item grants the ability to shield the wearer from the myriad perils that plague the world of Eora. An aspect of the god Eothas. Dawn represents harvest of old age, blah blah blah. Okay. May as well equip that. Giant miniature space piglet. This tiny titanic pig has an otherworldly appearance that seems to be at odds with its endearing behavior. It follows you dutifully and requires nothing in return to save companionship. We have padded armor, that ring. Sword and a large shield. Oh, give me 1 moment. I need to go do something very quickly. Okay, sorry about that. It's to check something. Alright, we've got our map. We know very little. We need camp supplies for that. Journal. Moment's respite. A sudden sickness has come over me. The caravan master has urged me to make a remedy before my condition worsens. So spring berries, that's what we needed. Gilded Vale. They're offering land to new settlers. Your whole life you've lived for the thrill of discovery and exploration, finding irresistible the siren call of the far reaches and unknown places of the world. Many live their lives perfectly content within the confines of one small town, but to you such a fate would have been a death sentence. You fell ill travelling with a caravan bounded for Gilded Vale. The caravan master sent you off with one of his guides, Kaliska, in search of a remedy. Oh my. Okay, so it's a encyclopedia. Yeah. Afflictions. Okay, that's a lot. Character stats, combat mechanics, duties, okay. Not gonna worry about that yet. Active effects, strange illness, -3 constitution, sorry, concentration, and fortitude. Combat log, nothing in it, obviously. I don't own this stronghold yet. Okay, we can customize formations. I'm not gonna worry about that yet. And that's just back to the input. No, do not attack anything. Level up. Okay. And the combat wheel, quick items. The way I script selected. So is this for me? Yes, it is. Okay, I'm not gonna... I should probably customize that. Yeah. Yeah, I'll do it for crowd control actually. Sure, I'll leave it at that for now. So we can spirit shift once per encounter. Bunch of custom slots. Okay, so here we can see what all our abilities do. So Charm Beasts for 10 seconds. Accuracy plus 10 versus well. Okay, Dancing Bolts. Nature's Mark. So it's a debuff. Nature's Vigor. Friendly buff. Okay, so Dancing Bolts is an AoE damage. Sunbeam. Another AoE damage. Talon's Reach. Another AoE damage. So we have a lot of AoE damaging abilities. Tanglefoot. Debuff. Vile Thorns. That's more damage. Winter Wind is more damage. Oh. Okay, so most of the... Okay, so stuff like Nature's Vigor specifies friendly AoE. Nature's Mark specifies full AoE, so I'm assuming the ones that don't specify just affect everyone, like friendlies and enemies included.
A blade in the dark.
That's scout mode. Oh, so that's like sneaking. Okay, we can talk to people. Okay, so interact with distant people and objects. Hold A. Okay. I see.
Where there's a pick, there's a way.
Go on then, before it gets too dark.
Is there a take? Yeah, there is. Take all.
Anyone need supplies? I've got...
See a man wearing simple but mostly neat clothes. He's transfixed, however, by a ragged tear in
Brought
the
a
seam of
whole
his jacket.
wagon full of goods to sell, but not enough shirts for the road.
He scratches one cheek with his knuckles. It's covered with uneven stubble, as if he hasn't quite
Say,
gotten
is there
used to
anything you need? I've got some basic traveling supplies for sale if you'd like to take a look. I'm a trader, originally from the Adir Empire, but I've been trying to establish new business out here. Life on the road has brought some unexpected challenges, to be sure. And I'm sure you've noticed how prickly the locals can be. But we're here to make the most of things, right? Something else you need? Looks like we're settled for the night. It's not as big as it used to be, but it's still big. The mainland is a continent northwest of here, but the colonies used to include Rhaedceris and the Deerwood. About 150 years ago, Deerwood won its independence from the Empire, a fact our companions are quick to remind me of.
Why'd you move all the way out
Because
here?
it seemed friendlier than Rhaedceris? My brothers took over the family mercantile business a few years ago, and there wasn't enough for me to do back home. I moved out to try and expand.
Deerwood is a former Ader colony, so it seemed like a good place to start. And as much as I admire the Rhaedcerans' work ethic, they've always struck me as a little fanatical. Okay, what do you have? Stores allow you to trade and sell your items for copper pieces, CP, or items in the store's inventory. And okay. We've got potion minor regeneration. Ah, we can get some lockpicks. Imagine a quarterstaff would be. Okay, you now have one rank and a disposition reputation. These reputations represent how people perceive your personality. Even nasty reputations will be favored by some, and benign reputations can bring in the worst in others. Okay, sir. These tall glass-green pillars appear as if they have been sprouted from the earth. The flickering fire sets shadows dancing within.
Go on then, before it gets too dark.
Anything else we can interact with around here? Where are we going? Not journal. Where's the map? Oh. Can't mount up? Nope. Okay, cycle through party members. Okay, select all at once. Okay, so I can move them individually. Fallen
Not
tree
looking
doesn't
forward to
budge,
trying to
sap
lift that
oozes.
thing tomorrow.
Sap oozes from the jagged wound in its trunk, so that's a tree that blocked the caravan's way.
I'll have your water soon enough. Stream's not going anywhere.
Let's check by those outcroppings.
So that Orland's candle, did that go into our inventory? Is that a thing we have? Dire cap.
This is recent. Not good.
The footprints around the campfire are indistinct and may have been here for days or longer. Beer, sure. Take that. So, someone has been here recently. Good to know. whole fixed camera perspective thing is a little awkward. Burned lady. It's gonna take some getting used to. A young wolf has been spotted. Can I... Oh, we're not in combat. We just spotted it.
Stay quiet.
Admits wire. This path
We shouldn't
winds
stray
through
too
an
far.
canyon back the way you came. Grooves in the road mark the passage of hundreds of caravans. Alright, we have to go through the... Okay, combat has started. Pillars of Eternity combat uses a pausable real-time system, because you will often manage more than one character at a time. It's a good idea to pause the game, issue orders, and resume real-time to see the orders play out. All characters in the game have 4 primary defenses: Deflection, Fortitude, Reflex, and Will. Together with Accuracy, these determine the chance for an attack to hit or miss. If you're having difficulty hurting an enemy, try switching to a different weapon or attack. Most enemies have 1 or 2 strengths and weaknesses. Sometimes a weapon or spell simply isn't well suited to penetrating an enemy's damage reduction. When the attack hits, the damage reduction will wipe out all but a small percentage of the incoming damage. Take heed, note the damage type that's being blocked and try a different damage type. You can switch to new weapon sets by selecting the weapon icon in the combat radial menu. Okay. Reticles used to control your characters is brought up automatically with stick. Give characters an order by pressing A. Inside combat, it's brought up by pressing Y. It's useful for traversing longer distances, and especially in areas you've already explored. Good to know. Okay, so me, I want to use Charm Beast. See if we can have both of them. You, what can you do? Excuse me, did I not use Charm Beast? Oh, I see. It's gonna all pause every time I take damage. Let's change that. Okay, where's... Auto pause. Take that off.
Kill them!
Wait, pause. Switch to you. Oops. Do you have other weapon sets? No, just a battle axe and a torch. There we go. Per encounter, per rest tutorial. Our encounter replenishes when the combat ends, but rest when you rest it in or use camping supplies. Both of you, okay. Wolfhide,
This is it.
Springberry. Odeno says you've had some interesting travels. I lived out in the frontier for a time. How is it you happened to come here? Should we do like tragic origins or... Yeah, sure, let's do tragic origins because we're a death god-like. Very persecuted, often killed at birth. It's a damnable run of luck. Maybe the new setting will turn things around for you. Caliska breathes in her surroundings. It's been a long time since I've been this way, but I always did like it. Lord Raedric's offer makes a girl think. I'll give him that. You here to sell, like the rest of the lot? I hadn't given it much thought. No harm in that. Might as well see the place first. So you must have some other plan in mind for coming this way. I'm gonna find some new friends. That may not be a bad idea. Surviving out here, sometimes it's less about what you know, more about who. Anyway, I'm wasting time here. Odema will give me an earful. Let's be on our way. Why are you here? Caliska sighs unevenly. Her eyes search the ground at her feet. My sister moved out here. Some time back. She sent me a letter. She seemed worried, but that's how she always is. This time, though, she asked me to come out, and that's got me a little worried. I haven't seen her in ages. Been doing guide work in Examinable. But I'd do anything for her. She's a much better woman than me, so I'm here, and we'll see. Odema I've worked with before. He doesn't usually drive her out this way, but he's doing it for me. Tell me about yourself. I've got simple needs. I like open skies and far horizons. I find work that lets me live that way. My family wanders too. We started in Direwood, but my parents ended up in the Living Lands. I've got a brother in Ruatai. Rawatai. And another in Adir. My sister in Gilded Vale. She's the only real homebody. What can you tell me about Deerwood? I'm not much for history, but from what I know it used to be part of the Adir Empire. Broke off after a war some years back. The locals here are feisty. That's how they like it. I've been out of touch, but I've been hearing weird kinds of things about it lately. People having trouble giving birth, I guess. A lot of them. Been going on for years now, but somehow it's getting worse. With an uneasy tremor in her voice, she adds, I'll have to ask my sister more about it. Alright, let's get back to camp. You know, I wouldn't hold my breath that Sparfell's getting you water anytime soon. He does what he feels like when he feels like it. We should check up on him first, slap him around a little. Stream's just in that way. Come on, let's get you your water. Quests. Added to tutorials. As you receive quests, the tab will update with relevant information. If you ever get stuck, open up to review your progress. The quest tab was in the journal. There it is. So find Sparfell. There was a thing.
Sooner we find Sparfell, sooner we can get you feeling better.
here. Pressing or holding left trigger opens a general radio menu, gives you access to inventory, map, journal, and all the menus. Yep, I've had a look right that. Oh, hello. Here. Travelers, maybe. Or looters. Or bandits. Bad sign any way you figure it. Leather armor is more damage reduction than ours, but worse recovery speed and a lockpick. The corpse is cold to the touch, and a ripe smell wafts from it in putrid waves. A dark, crusted bloodstain besmirches its simple linen clothing. Let's throw that on, sure. What have you got in terms of armor? Scale, DR7, 35 recovery speed.
What a surprise. Sparfle went hunting. At least he left the water skins. Come on.
You crouch at the riverbank and dip your water skin into the cool water while Kaliska waits nearby. Keeping watch, as you rise, you notice her look up sharply towards the tree line. Out of the trees emerges Sparfle, the guides. Barely discernible in the dim moonlight, he no longer carries his bow, and there is a strangeness to his gait. His stride wobbly as he moves toward you with labored
Sparfle? Are you alright?
Sparfle's toe catches on a rock and collapses forward in a heap, the feathered shaft of an arrow planted between his shoulders like an enemy flag.
Ambush!
Okay. We're out of level 1 spells. I shouldn't have wasted them all against the fucking wolves, because something like Tanglefoot or Vile Thorns. Yeah, Oh, we're not actually in combat. Now we are. So since we're out of spells, let's Spirit Shift. Pressing or holding right trigger opens a combat radio menu. Access to selected characters' abilities, spells, quick items, and weapon sets. Oh, holy shit, okay, I'm big. So, knockdown. Knock him prone. Well, I'm going to rush down this hunter. You knock down this guy. Excuse me. Oh, I see. I pressed B there.
Come on, we have to get back to camp.
Hopper. Hunting bow. Hide armor. DR5. Party selection. Okay, it's fine. Okay, combat has started. Still, oops. Yeah, we need to rest before we get any spells back. Yeah, I really shouldn't have used them up. You. Knock down. That hunter. Please spirit shift. Oh, I see. Now. So knockdown is also a rest. Are you actually doing anything? There we go. Both of you knock up this guy. Hunting bow, couple of hatchets, couple of medium shields, 3 more sets of hide armor. All around you lie the massacred remains of the other travelers, peppered with arrows and knife hilts, splayed and bug-eyed and filthy. Caliska puts the back of her left hand to her mouth as if to ward away some poisonous vapor. A handful of dark figures stands above the fallen, treading on limbs and backs and heads, jerking their axes from bodies as if from half-split logs. One of them, towering and severe with thick beard tasseled with knots, holds a wet blade at the neck of the man you recognize as Heodan, the last of your caravan left standing. Lay down your arms, trespasser. Do not forfeit this man's life for a fight you will lose. You'll try and kill us all either way, why make it easy? The man gives a slight sideways nod of his head, perhaps acknowledging the astuteness of your response. Many things may happen. The only one you can be sure of is that if you hold your weapons, I will drain his blood upon the ground. So I say again, lay down your arms. Don't trust them. They mean to kill us all. Let's go with the intellect 15. Judging by the string of animal teeth around your neck, I am guessing you are worshippers of Galawain. If Galawain told you to stop protecting the ruins, would you? The man frowns and motions as if to swing his axe. Hayden winces, but the blow never comes. Instead, the man cocks his head, intrigued. Of course, but he would not. It is by the command of all the gods that we accept this charge. How do you know? Because it's consistent with their beliefs, or because it's what you were told? The man glares. It has always been known to my people. I see. And what of Galawain's edict that weakness and age must be purged by youth and strength? You think Galawain would want some mouldy, crumbling stones to survive long after their builders have turned to dust? The man's nostrils flare as he fumes. He would not. He told us otherwise. I'm sure he did, just not you personally, but why should that stop you from killing innocents? Distracted, the man's grip falters in his axe handle and he nearly fumbles it, affording Hayden the moment he needs to dodge out of his swing, which comes too late. Howling with rage, the man charges you instead. Okay. Hayden, what can you do? What are you? Who are you? First level rogue. Okay. Right, you blind him. Me. Spirit shift. And you. I knocked down this one. Everyone. So you know what, Calica... I'll kick him Your enemy lies supine on the ground, unable to rise, his companions now silent among the other dead. His breath comes in wheezing, fitful gasps. He looks not at you, but at the sky above you. Forgive us. Barely audible beneath his choked sighs, a whisper of wind stirs the air. At this, the man's eyes roll back as he closes them. Good, good. The gods are just. A queer smile crosses his face. I am ready. The wind begins to swell, whipping around the camp, electric and volatile, upending pots and rattling tents like an angry spirit. You can feel it begin to seep beneath your skin, and where it pierces you, it feels as though it is rending you apart from within. Seated against a wagon wheel amidst the howling maelstrom, slashed across chest and bowel, Odema's body stirs, and with great effort he raises his sagging head. His eyes barely open. He looks directly
Get
at
inside! Run!
I want to loot them! No! Okay. Stuff's happening. Straining against a gale that threatens to pull you off of your feet with every step, you set your hands on the worn folds of the weathered rock and set about pulling yourself up the precipice. With a last burst of energy before your arms give out, you swing yourself up onto the ledge. Hayden trails behind, slowed by injury and delayed by early hesitation. As he nears the face of the rocks, one of the fallen attackers, who'd been feigning death, lunges for Hayden and topples him onto the rocky ground. Restrained, Hayden lashes out against his fatigued assailant, but struggles to break his hold. They are close to you, despite the wind. From your position, if you were to throw your weapon at the attacker, you'd have a good chance of hitting your mark. Okay, good. I didn't have the dexterity for it, so there was a chance of failure there. Your aim is true, and the hit jars Hayden loose. Lurching to his feet, Hayden clambers up the base of the rocks. As he nears the top, however, the wind flares, pulling him sideways and tearing one of his hands free. But diving out onto the hard rock, you manage to catch hold of it. Securing his other hand, you pull with waning strength, and it feels as though your arms will be jerked from their sockets. They hold just long enough for Hayden to set to his feet and join you in the trembling ledge. There's a deep resonance to the swelling wind now. You feel it in the rocks beneath your feet, and inside the cavity of your own chest, as though it would shake the marrow from your bones. Each new gust menaces the old stones before you, loosening connections, unsettling balances. As you dart beneath the old archway, the entire portal begins to fall beneath its own weight. Alright. Well, we managed to save Hayden. Still got a rogue with us. Most events at the Stronghold occur over the passage of game time, tax collection, completion of side adventures, and the generation of crafting ingredients occur as you complete quests. Okay, so there's going to be like...
Was that?
A Bewick. Had to be.
Then we're lucky to be alive.
And we're the only ones.
We can't stay here. There could be another collapse. We're not getting out that way anyway. Let's get further inside.
Okay. The lower level of the ruins has been blocked off by fallen rubble. I would like to talk to...
This trip could have gone better.
Oh, okay.
That should be far enough. But what now?
We look for another way out. Storm has to die sometime.
What happened out there? Caliska shakes her head. Windstorm, of a kind they only get in Air Glanfath. Not too many people live through them, so it's hard to know what's true. The Glanfathan word is Biawak. To them, it's the god's way of reaping the souls of the land that couldn't find their own way out. But they'll take a living soul as soon as a dead one. Still got yours? Who attacked us? Glanfathans. Those would be the hut dwellers Odema warned you about. Look to be the Fangs of Gallowayne, who are the twitchiest of the lot. They go ruin to ruin looking for fights with colonists. For Odema, I think he half expected this once we lost the main road. The Glanfathans said we trespassed in the ruins. I don't believe that. Odema would never allow it, but as much as the Fangs are hotheads, Glanfathans don't attack without being provoked. Either they saw something and got the wrong idea, or there's looters in here with us. That's not something we need right now. What about everyone else in our caravan? Caliska's lips press tight together. Her chin rumples. Her voice is faint. The wheels got hold of them now. She looks up. Gods grant them better luck in their next lives. You don't seem too upset about all this. Don't think I should have said that. Caliska looks you in the eye, a volatile current running beneath her voice. Maybe you just don't know me well enough to know what upset looks like. And maybe I've seen worse too. Seen worse and kept on walking, because there's nothing else to be done. Because there's other people you care about who still need you. Okay, let's get going. Okay, I don't know which way to go. Ah, okay, so that's slow mode, that's fast mode. Hello? A trembling, sickly creature emerges from the dark, clutching a spear. Knobby elbows and thin ribs show through its scaly flesh, but you recognize it as a Zorp. It watches you cautiously, breathing in ragged sighs. It's okay, I won't hurt you. The Zorp recoils, fingers still wrapped tightly around its spear. The creature cocks its head and approaches you, a soft clicking sound emanating from the back of its throat. The creature sniffs around you and finds nothing of interest. It steps back and resumes its defensive posture. Raise my arms and stand still. Again it approaches. Okay, that's just looping. Zarp watches warily as you go. Oh, I should have done that. Oh well. Okay, everyone just kill it. Zarp spear, medium shield. corpse over there. Inventory. Inventory is looking a little full. Oh yeah, where's our... How do we get to our stash again? Ah, that's it.
Wait, do you hear that?
Crossbow, leather armor, within relief gem. Torch, tattered journal. The small folio was torn in several places, and blood has soaked into several of the sheets. One later entry is still legible, however. I can't believe my luck. A few rounds of dice and I've got my hands on a genuine Ingwithan artifact. The fellow who had it said it was a pretty nothing, as far as he's concerned. He's not willing to go digging in some ruins, but if he's right about this gem leading to hidden treasure, then that's worth sneaking past a few painted elves. I'll head to Silent Police in the morning, then it's just a matter of finding this relief he was talking about. Scolder would help him.
I'll be quiet.
Okay, what was there to find in the other direction?
Someone
Wonder
else
who's
has been here. We should
See
move.
if they left anything useful behind.
One-handed mace. Couple camping supplies, hammer and chisel. Small shield and another torch. You've discovered some camping supplies. Use these to rest in the wilderness or dungeons, restoring your character's abilities and health. If you run out of camping supplies, try to find an inn. Most have cheap rooms available. Inns allow characters to rest without using camping supplies. Cheap rooms are usually available, but if you have copper to spend, you may consider the more expensive options. The bonuses they provide last for a long time, and affect the entire party. Alright, well it was good to check up there. So we've got door, floor filled with runes of some kind, and whatever a Scolder whelp is. These are all per encounter abilities, so may as well use them. It just exploded.
That
Take
looks
a look
weak.
at the wall.
Could be a shortcut.
Think we could get through?
So we could probably use the hammer and chisel we got.
I could scout ahead, see what's around the corner.
A blade in the dark.
Where'd that slime
Mark
come
on the
from?
wall.
Oathbinder, bear witness, and see this man has kept his word, true to his last breath, full to his blood's last drop. Guide his soul, queen that was, and regard it among your favored. Let his life by the key be his confession. Let his death by the key be his absolution. May he walk the world ever free of the crushing weight of the book. Your brother has done his part, and you have seen the power of his contribution. I will accept no further hesitation from the rest of you. In the sight of the queen that was, will you fulfill the oath? Will you take your place beside your brother in the endless esteem of her memory that is without flaw? Step forth, and be assured of the great worth of your life's course.
I just noticed that my mic hadn't been transmitting. For the last... probably been about 10 minutes now, almost. I've been reading out everything here, and it just hasn't been going through at all. That's annoying. At the base of the pillar now, you see a man with a thick grey beard and ceremonial robe, crowned with a strange ornamental headdress. You know this man. You're walking towards him now at a pace that is hurried while trying not to appear so. You have something you want to ask him. One question above all, and the question spins madly in your mind. You awaken to find your malaise is broken, only to be replaced with something far more concerning. Faint whispers are audible at the edge of your hearing, like a ringing in your ears that does not subside. Movement flits through your periphery, but when you turn to look, you can see no sign of whatever it was. You find your gaze regularly darting this way and that, an involuntary paranoid tick. If this is a sickness, it may be dangerous to go without treatment for long. The figures of the machine stand frozen in place, flesh and blood replaced by cinders and ash. The man who led them is nowhere to be seen. Aiden and Caliska lie bloody on the uneven cobbles, their bodies twisted unnaturally in death. Oh fuck, they died! You are alone and far from help. Gilded Veil may be your best hope of receiving treatment before things get worse. Well, shit. I like them. Alright, let's level up. So we have 6 points. So stealth allows characters of any class to attempt to avoid being seen or heard. It's used automatically whenever the character is in scouting mode. The higher the character's skill, the closer they can get to enemies before being detected. Athletics. In addition to the hazards of Mortal Kombat, adventurers have walls to climb, rivers to cross, and pits to leap over. Once per encounter, characters with athletics can use the second wind ability to recover lost endurance. Higher athletic score increases the effective second wind. In conversations and scripted interactions, athletics is used for physical feats like climbing, swimming, and jumping. Lore is a character's accumulated miscellaneous knowledge and trivia, often of occult or esoteric topics. Outside of conversations and scripted interactions, it's used to activate scrolls. Higher lore values allow the characters to use higher level scrolls. Mechanics is for traps and locks. Place traps of their own. Higher mechanic skill, the more accurate the trap. Used to activate or disable a variety of machines. Survival. Ooh. Allows characters to choose from a variety of long-term bonuses each time they camp. The first 6 ranks grant the following bonuses. Damage reduction, healing received a multiplier, bonus movement, accuracy bonus versus creature type, increased consumable duration, and bonus damage versus flanked. After the 6th rank, the previously earned bonuses become more powerful in the same order they were received. Survival can also be used in conversation and scripted interactions that involve wilderness challenges or specialized information about nature. Let's just upper lore and survival equally for now. Class unlocks. Okay, so we've got no new. No, we can choose one. So let's inflict additional burn damage when spirit shifted. Oh, okay, so that's whenever we're in our wolf form when we attack, it'll do extra. It'll just do some burn. So, corrode, freeze, shock. Acolyte's radiance. Wave of spiritual energy similar to a priest's holy radiance. Imitate the brutal opportunistic strikes of a rogue sneak attack. Okay, so these are... Ah, I see, so those are going into other classes. Right, offensive talents. Improves our abilities with a variety of weapons. defensive. More enemies engaged. Flex fortitude will. Shield deflection, defense when disengaging. Move speed. Okay, wind binding. That's progressed. So that's on self and then on allies. Let's do some like corrosion damage in Wild Strike form.
I'm no pack mule. Let's offload this junk.
Alright, let's sort out our infantry quickly, because he's got a lot of stuff. What's this? Ah, so it's hold that to pick up. Then we can move it, okay. Stash, okay. We can't wear helmets. Let's bring our scale armor. So that's +1 damage reduction for 300 seconds. Okay, is there anything else we care about in here? Nope, I don't believe so. Oh, we need to just move the leather to stash. Alright, fatigue entry. So when your characters has become fatigued. Fatigue represents a physical and psychological wear and tear of demanding activity on a character. What does fatigue do? Goes through multiple stages, initially inflicting minor penalties but growing in severity over time. Resting is the easiest way to remove it, though some consumables can also remove it. Okay. Quests. So we did all that, we escaped the ruins. Seek help for my condition. Seeing things now. Wonderful. Listening. Fun. Anything else? Okay, we're going to Gilwood. Yeah, so we're there, right? 6 hours to complete your journey from Sealand Lease to Gilwood.
Let's sit our spoils down a while.
My mic is still transmitting, right? Hold on, is it? Check that now. Oh, it is, but for some reason I'm being very much drowned out by it. Okay, is that there? Slightly, but it still sounds loud. I don't know what's happened there. But this, is that better? Yeah, that sounds better. Right. More camping supplies. I already have the maximum quantity of camping supplies. Well, I guess we're using one. And just give me the damage reduction. Rest. We've rested for 8 hours, and now it appears to be nighttime. Hello. It's a ghost or something. See if we can go into there. Exit area there. Alright, let's go fight the wolf. Oh, that's a bear cave, okay. More ghosts, wonderful. Scroll of Anglefoot. The grass is still flattened behind the wagon's wheels. Barrels of cabbages, potatoes, and squash have been overturned and abandoned. Northwest to Garen's Grasp, south to Gilded Vale. Hello.
Good day, stranger.
The man appears to be hurriedly dismantling his camp in quick, jerky movements. He looks up as you approach, his expression tense and drawn. Greetings, he says, a little breathless. On your way south, is it? He wipes his brow, turning to face you. The sooner you're clear of these woods, the better, I think. your hurry? The man looks down at the tent and then at his hands. I mean to follow my own advice. Came out here on a hunt, me and a friend of mine. Thought we'd bring a stag home, eat something other than bread for once. Came up on a bear instead. Great monstrous thing. And Pearly didn't make it. He shakes his head. I don't know what I'll tell his wife. In any case, this forest's already cost me a friend. I'm heading home before it takes anything else. Who are you? Name's Nutton. Born and raised in Gilded Vale. Haven't had a spot of luck since. His face twists. Luckier than Pearly, I suppose. What happened to your friend? We didn't see it coming. Norton's voice shakes a little as he speaks. We were following a stag. Pearly, he saw something in the brambles. We went tearing off after it. We all but stumbled into the cave. Poor Pearly didn't stand a chance. The bear was on top of him before we knew what was happening. The beasts will take what they will, I suppose. He smiled sadly. And this time, Galloway's favour fell upon the bear. Where'd you find it? In a cave, a ways up that way. He points up to the northwest. I wouldn't seek it out if I were you. It was a great brute of a beast. We'd hate to hear that it took another life. Okay, bye. Where's that outlaw I saw? There he is. Sword, small shield, leather armor, open helm, and some more money. Grab it all. Young Wolf down there. Oh, hello. The young dwarf tending to the stew looks up, startled as he sees you approach. He drops his ladle, spattering stew across the ground. What? The bandit turns. Get him, you dogs. Make sure a new cook don't run off. Help! Please help me! One of the bandits gives Tenfrith a kick as they pass him and he huddles. Okay. This seems like a decent opportunity to use a spell. 10 to 30 shock damage. Debuff them. 24 to 42 burn damage with blinding. 30 to 48 slash damage. Let's try Talon. That's a small AoE. A very small AoE. It's out of my range. I see, so that's a indicator of how far away I can cast it.
Hot.
I am in the process of daggers, small shields, armor, white leaf. Remove white leaf crash. Immunity to frighten, second. White leaf crash after 600 seconds, so it's a drug.
Good day, stranger.
By the flame, thank you. Thank you, thank you. I thought I'd be stuck cooking for these ignorant weasels for the rest of my life. Or until they were bored with me, I suppose. I must get back home. I only hope they haven't hired a replacement. The dwarf looks aghast. Listen, next time you're in Gilded Vale, stop by the Black Hound Inn. I'll let Pasca know just what you've done for me. I'm sure she'll do right by you in turn. Oh, to be back at my oven again. Gilded Vale, major positive. You have earned a reputation. Reputations can be held with communities or factions in the Eastern Reach and will affect how members of that group respond to you. In some cases, friends or enemies of those groups will also react to your affiliations.
I'm no pack mule. Let's offload this junk.
Okay. Rice meat, tray, okay. The tent is empty, but for a pair of stained cots and the stink of unwashed bodies.
I'm no pack mule. Let's offload this junk.
Let's have a look at the rod. Okay, sure. Let's take those off. Throw this on there. We'll take that off. Put those on is back up. Oops. Okay, and that's back up the way we came, right? I could check, I have a map. Yeah. The bear cave, bandit camp. There's a corpse in there to check out. Couple of wolves. I can be a wolf too. See? How dare you? Can I die? Oh, okay, so apparently running headlong into 3 wolves is more than I can handle right now. If I had bothered to use a spell of some sort, I could probably have gone through that. What's with all the ghosts? So unfortunately we're back at the beginning of this area. I'll leave quick save before going back to fight those wolves. He discovered Bear Cave though. Okay, this was the lone young wolf. Or was there two? I forget. No, it's just one.
Hail, traveler.
Now let's try a different one. I'm only passing through. I mean to reach Gilded Bill. You're headed the right way. Shouldn't be too much further. There's no missing it. Keep the road. And then he talks about bear attack. Oh, wrong way. That's where we came down. So we're here at the bandit camp. I wonder if I can get through this without having to use one of my spells. I was gonna do this, I probably should have saved just in case I was horribly wrong. Oh, we seem to be okay.
Welcome.
I'm no pack mule. I'm no pack mule. Let's...
Okay, let's throw a bunch of stuff. Stash again. Let's... There, we'll do the spear and shield as second one.
Let's offload this junk.
Oh, wrong one. Ah. Is this just a horrible weapon? Oh, it's got good range. Tutorial thingy. Okay, this time we'll throw down a quick save.
A blade in the dark.
Ah, that's quite short range. Let's give him a second to like grip up a bit.
Hath the Quirven Rock!
Fuck, knockdown really doesn't help ours. Please spirit shift. Why won't I spirit shift? Okay. Right, spirit shift. Please, for the love of Christ. Right, just punch someone. Oh, now you... okay. Now you spirit shift. And I got knocked out anyway. Okay, at least we just saved. Also, either Vilethorns also poisoned me, or one of them applied some sort of damage over time effect, because I seem to be losing health. I'm not sure why. I wouldn't spirit shift right away. I just stood there for a while, not doing much of anything. Unless there's a cooldown. That could be it. It could be that there's some sort of cooldown. In between spellcasts.
Lavaru beyond seek!
God, that knockdown
Bring the kill them!
hurts a lot. Alright, well it seems to be going fine now. Ah, it's a proper wolf, not a... Can't use any items here. Oh, fuck. And I'm dead. Okay, let's try something else. So it's because the wolves before have been like young wolves, weaker versions. I didn't realize until that time there that one of them is a proper full adult wolf. Also, this rod appears to be arranged like a magic type weapon. Which I don't think is doing me many favors here. Let's take it off for now. Also, we can throw... Oops, I didn't mean to move that stash. What am I doing? What did I move to stash? Lockpicks. Take those out again.
Lavarur beyond seek!
God, that charm does not last forever. Shit, can I just not take on a wolf right now? Yeah, the charm doesn't last long enough right now to do much. Unless maybe I can... Yeah, I'm gonna have to try and charm both of the young wolves. Hope they can do a little bit of damage at least. Or at least take some damage. Tank a couple of hits from the adult. Okay, if this is how badly wolf can fuck me up, I was planning on going to try and take on that bear. That might not be the best idea.
Lavarur beyond seek!
Okay, well that went reasonably well. There we go. I just had to charm its babies. And then kill it before it could knock me down. These aged walls appear to have once encircled this entire glade. Only a small fragment remains, and the stairs leading to the top of the structure have crumbled away. Let's leave that alone for a moment. Just have a little look around. See what there is to see. Okay, that loops back around to there. Alright, let's try scaling it, I guess. Oh, well, let's examine it first. The heavy bricks are slick with moss, presenting a hindrance to climbing, but the stones themselves seem sturdy enough. Given the right tools, one might easily reach the top. You find a handhold upon one of the large stones and start to pull yourself up, but the uneven bricks and odd angle of ascent make the climb difficult, and after a short distance your arms begin to burn too seriously, you are forced to drop back to the ground. Okay, so we need climbing tools or something to be able to scale that. Okay, well this is probably going to kill me several times, but let's attempt the bear cave. You can retrain characters from first level through any in the interface. The cost to retrain the character increases with level. Fair enough. It's not just one bear.
A blade in the dark.
There are multiple bears.
No prisoners!
The young bear is a big bear. Holy shit, that was half my health. I'm about to die. Yep. Christ. Yeah, so bear can two-shot me. I don't think there's any, like,
Keep an eye out.
way of getting around this. Um... Don't really have anything. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave. Come back later. Yeah, bears are terrifying. Ah, so that just lets me go back up to Unleash. So we have to take the south exit. Hey, I found your bear. It killed me. He's already gone. Empty builded fail. Another 8 hours pass. Soulbound items. Okay, so there are items that can level. Oh.
You must be one of the new settlers. Welcome to Gilded Vale. You'll be pleased to know that we've had some recent vacancies here.
I like the decorations in your Christmas tree. I feel at home already.
Of course, we'll need to make some inquiries first. The inestimable Lord Radric VII has taken great pains to insulate our town from Widewind's legacy. Have you ever sired a Hollowborn child?
It's a rather personal question.
And an important one nevertheless. Lord Radric has made it his first priority to eliminate this scourge from our village.
I don't even know what they are yet.
I should warn you, stranger. Here in Gilded Vale, we have a special place for dissidents, charlatans, and those who would hide a curse in our midst. His lordship's wife is with child and due any day now. Without his approval, I shan't be able to find you a permanent settlement. It will have to wait until after the birth. We can continue our interview then, after the bell tolls from Radric's hold to signal my lord's new heir. In the meantime, you can find temporary accommodations at the inn just southwest of here.
Okay, sorry about that. I took the opportunity to eat while they were having a dialogue. I didn't realize just half of it wouldn't be voiced. He blinks. I forget that you foreigners do not have this curse in your homelands. The Hollowborn have been a scourge upon the Direwoods for almost 15 years ago. For almost 15 years now. He lowers his voice to a whisper. Children born without souls. He shakes his head. Pitiful, dumb things that breathe, barely, but do not truly live. Some say the Hollowborn are a disease. Some say they are a punishment from the gods. He raises his empty hands. In truth, no one knows, but they began spreading after the Saints' War, and so the name Widewind's legacy stuck in honor of that foul, blasphemous pretender. His voice shakes with vitriol. Lord Raric's decrees may seem strict at times, but he has our best interests at heart, he nods. Yeah, I saw a bear walk.
Whatever your problem, it sounds like a matter for an animancer. However, the only animancer in Gilded Vale isn't in any condition to speak. Consider yourself fortunate. After she failed Lord Radric, we saw to it that she wouldn't profit from the misplaced trust of others. A bad cure is often worse than none at all. But if you're set on finding a bottle of troll piss or a dead Audra pebble to rub on your forehead, you're welcome to check her pockets. A little corpse stink is nothing when you're digging for shit. My advice, however, is to be satisfied that you escaped and leave it at that.
Yeah, I saw some cultists, by the way. He regards you carefully. You'll want to mind where you mention that. Trespassing in Engwithan ruins is illegal, not to mention dangerous. You probably saw someone attempting some new ritual to appease the gods. People will try anything these days. Wrath of mercy, we certainly have. close to Biowak, you wouldn't be standing here.
Keep out of...
Listen!
2 tolls. Let that be the last.
3. Gods have mercy.
It seems your arrival is ill-timed. 3 bells toll only for the death of a Radric. I fear Lord Radric's heir is lost, or else Hollowborn, and so lost all the same. You should tread carefully. Circumstances have changed a great deal.
What do you mean? You come to us at a time of mourning. The legacy has struck at the heart of Gilded Vale. Our efforts to redeem ourselves in the eyes of Barath must be redoubled. He sets a steady gaze on you. What happened? He shrugs one bony shoulder. I will know more details when the messengers arrive. The vagaries of the childbirth, perhaps, but that is not your concern. Does this affect the Lord's offer to new settlers? I can be sure of nothing right now. I advise you to get some rest. The inn, or a stable for all I care. Find me afterwards. I will know more soon enough. Okay. Tell me about Lord Radric. Oh, did he just say the Lord's son was a Hollowborn? I didn't read it properly. He comes from a line of nobles who have defended these lands since the Aedir times. Radric II was an early supporter of Darwin independence during the Revolution, and the current Lord's father perished in the Saints' War. Hollowborn began appearing in the Direwwood shortly after the war's end. Lord Radric has taken it upon himself to purge the curse from Gilded Vale. His measures have been severe but necessary. Unfortunately, it may not have been enough if the bells were any indication. Saints' War? Our age's most egregious example of man's madness. 15 years ago, the people of Raid Ceres decided that Widewind, their living saint, was a literal incarnation of the god Eothas. Ergiet wrinkles his pinched nose. The supposed saint took it upon himself to liberate the Direwwood, supposedly from allegiances to less worthy gods, but I've never known an army to conquer a land for its people's own good. The war lasted about a year, but you can guess what that year did to the worship of Eothas. In the Direwwood, Lord Radric's forebears had all been Eothasians, but after his father fell, defending us from those fanatics, he personally saw that the Temple of Eothas here in town was shut down. He points at a few ruined walls near the tree. I'd like to know more about the Gilded Vale. We're a frontier village, as are most settlements in the Direwwood. Gilded Vale hasn't grown much since its establishment in the colonial days. In the last 15 years have seen our population shrink further. It takes in the ramshackle houses and half-fallen fences. Hence our recruitment of fresh settlers. Why is the population been shrinking? Wadewin's legacy, of course. Many women have difficulty bearing healthy children of late. A few years ago, Lord Radric decreed that no mothers of Hollowborn to be allowed in Gilded Vale. His mouth tightens into a firm line. His lordship dealt swiftly with the objectors. It may be harsh, but if it purges us of this curse, is it not worth it? How about them ruins? That's what's left of the Temple of Eothas. His lips pucker. Lord Radric forbade worship of the dead god after the Saints' War. It's been abandoned for almost 15 years, but there are plans to rededicate it to Barath, the god of life and death. Okay, bye. Okay. As you near, you feel a vibrant history contained in the essence of this man's soul. Voices from its past seem to call out to you. Okay, touch its soul, I guess. You see a small group of people gathered around the ruins of a house. The destruction continues out from the single dwelling, through the entire village. Not a single building still stands. Rubble is scattered everywhere. One of the men in the group leans over something in the debris. It is this man, younger, barely more than a boy. The man reaches out and shakes the boy by the shoulder. The boy makes no sound and doesn't respond to the man's disturbance. The man looks up at the other members of the group and shrugs, standing to rejoin his friends. The boy suddenly sits up, eyes wide. He scrabbles backward, away from the group, looking around in horror. The group moves towards him in unison, eliciting a yelp from the boy, who tries to move farther away. A woman in the group puts out her hands, stopping the rest. She turns to them reproachfully, motions for them to stay, then looks at the boy in the ground, who's trying to push himself through what remains of a wall. He seems unaware he has even stopped. The woman slowly moves towards the boy, hands out, speaking in a low, calming tone. For a while, the boy doesn't even hear. He just closes his eyes and braces himself against the wall, expecting violence. Eventually, the woman's words work through the fear, and he hears her. He opens his tear-filled eyes and stares at her. She holds out a hand to him. He looks at it, seeming confused by the offer, then hesitantly reaches out. She takes his hand in hers, and leans down to help him stand. As you near, you feel a vibrant history contained in the essence of this man's soul. Voices from its past seem to call out to you. Sure. You see a lone man standing in a field. He looks around, surveying the crops. Occasionally, he bends to examine a leaf up close. He is intent on what he is doing, completely absorbed in his work. This man approaches him from behind. He moves slowly, but does nothing to mask his approach. In his hand he holds a large sword. There appears to be no malice or hatred in the man's demeanor. He almost seems pleased. The first man hears his approach and stands, turning away from the plant he was inspecting. His face breaks into a smile and he opens his arms to welcome the approaching man. The smile freezes into a grimace as the second man thrusts the sword through his stomach, its blade now protruding from his back. His arms slowly fall to his side, and blood starts to drip from the sword onto the plants below the men. As the first man crumples to his knees, the second pulls the sword out, a tear slowly falling down the cheek of his still smiling face. Huh. So I can't talk to them, but I can touch their souls. Let's just casually walk into someone's house, that seems like a good idea. So give me 1 second, I'm gonna move the location of the little bar that I see in my screen that you guys can't see, because it somewhat covers up the health bar. Okay, that's better. It's out of the way now. Cat! A dire wooden woman is standing in front of the fireplace, humming a quiet tune to herself, or perhaps to her unborn child, for she is clearly quite pregnant. She turns her head slightly.
Gods keep you.
I pressed A twice there. Whoops. Were you with one of the caravans? She looks at you hopefully. Master Odemus by any chance? You knew Odema? No more than most here, I'd say. He doesn't usually come this way, but they say he's a reliable old fellow. She pauses, brows furrowing. Wait, why did he say new? Caravan was attacked. Offra covers her mouth with a hand, eyes wide with horror. For a few moments she can manage nothing but a strangled, voiceless gasping, her eyes brimming with tears. I told her it was a dangerous path to take. This is Callista's sister. Oh, huh. Yeah. Yeah, she died. Callista was always so certain she could take on any danger, Offra sniffs. Oh, my poor sister. I'm sorry, stranger, I can't believe she's gone. If only I hadn't called her here. If I hadn't written to her, she might still be alive somewhere. Offra's face crumples, and a solitary tear slides down her cheek. Calliska mentioned that she thought you needed help. Perhaps I can provide some assistance. Offra looks at you with some surprise, before dabbing at her nose with the sleeve. That's kind of you to offer, but I don't know if I could impose this on you. It's not a small favor. Offra wipes at her eyes. I'm worried about the baby, about the legacy. I told Calliska as much as I could, but all I know is that for a long time now, every child born in Gilded Vale has been soulless, empty. It's happened to so many mothers, and Lord Raedric. He's exiled all of them, calling it a sign of the god's disfavour, she sniffs. With my Hathor gone, I don't know how I'd manage if I lost my home too. I hoped Calliska could help me. They say Ranga, the old midwife, knows a way to prevent a child being hollowborn, but she moved south to Anslog's Compass 2 seasons ago. The journey's too far for me. I can't make it as I am, but I don't have anyone else. Now, with Calliska gone, more tears run down her face. Please, can you help me? Okay, what are kind wayfarers and gold-packed knights? I guess maybe those were options in character creation, but yeah, I'll find Ranga for you. Offra blinks, eyes wide. You will? Oh, gods bless you. Here, I'll give you coin to pay her with. You needn't trouble yourself with that. I think it's a drink she fashions out of... Well, I'm not sure, but it shouldn't be too much of a burden to carry back. Slight positive for Gilded Vale, now gains 20 copper. Anslog's Compass is what we call the lagoon to the south. You'll have to cross the wilds to get there. That's what keeps me from trying it myself. She clasps her hand together. Thank you again, truly. You'll be saving us both. She sets a hand to her stomach, smiling through her tears.
Hello.
I hope Ranga agrees to help. I honestly don't know what else I can do. Tell me about Gilded Vale. I can certainly try. What'd you like to know? What about the village? Let me think. We're farmers mostly, but there's always been work and opportunity for people coming in from elsewhere, in the old days at least. The Blackhammer Smitheries been here for a long time. That's Tuatanu's place, south of the mill. And then there's a Black Hound, just a ways south of here. She sighs, trailing off. I have to admit, I don't go out much anymore. With that horrible tree out there, things aren't like they used to be. But I don't have anywhere else to go. Whose lands are these? The Raedric family has held title over these lands for generations. Their keep is northeast of here, past the Eastern Wood. She holds up a hand. I wouldn't go near it, mind. He doesn't see visitors, or petitioners, not these days. Some people say that, well, that there are some bad seeds in that line. A weaker soul. Maybe that's why... She hesitates. Well, never mind. I'm sure Lord Raedric had his reasons. This worn, dog-eared book is titled Travels Upon the Sealed Glass Sea. There is an etched illustration of a vast fin leviathan. Oh, this is stealing. Do not steal. This is also stealing. There's nothing I care about. Cat.
Greetings.
No. Cat. Wouldn't let me pet the cat. Well, we found Kaliska's sister, promised to help. For that we need to go south. What else is there to find? Can I touch anyone else's soul? Ingrid's home. It wouldn't let me interact with the door for a moment there, took a few tries. This man and woman appear to have been deep in conversation, working at closing two bulging satchels. They move to embrace, until the woman notices your approach and pauses, her smile faltering.
Hello.
Can we help you? She looks to her companion, brows furrowing with confusion. Do you know this man, Naunton? Naunton, I know the name. Oh, it's the guy that was scared of the bear. Yes, I think we met in the Valewood. I warned him about the bear. He inclines his head. Glad to see you've made it. Was there something else you wanted? Yeah, you're in good spirits for people who just lost a friend. That's unkind of you to say. I'm grieving my husband, in my fashion. I'm only sorry I could not convince him to leave the Gilded Vale before this happened. I'm relieved to be rid of this terrible place, that's all. It's cost me the greater part of my life, and now my husband. I'm glad to be free of it. I see. There's more to that than just the bear attacked them. Yes, I imagine so. We're packing for a trip. Actually, I've been meaning to visit Defiance Bay and, well, in truth, I think I've had my fill of this town. Naunton reaches to take her hand. It's time for some new scenery, he says. Yeah, they're fucking. Ingrid smiles wryly. Only that you'll want to be moving on as soon as you can. You'll have seen the tree, I imagine, but the rock goes deeper. If you were looking for work, I'd say you have a better chance of it elsewhere. We're headed for Defiance Bay ourselves, Naunton adds. Ah.
Good day to you.
Bottle of sunreed is half empty. I wasn't stealing, so I took the book. Let's read the book. That one. The Direwood Part 2, The Broken Stone War. Haven't read Part 1 yet. In 2626 AI, a group of farmers, while clearing farmland for planting, accidentally knocked down one of the ancient Adra menhirs on their land. This innocent act drew the ire of the native population and started what would come to be known as the Broken Stone War. When it was finally over, several thousand colonists have been killed, as well as hundreds of the Glenfathans. Even though the war was technically over, the Glenfathans escalated their attacks on the settlers over the next 2 years. using vicious tactics that left many colonists, several military figures, an earl, and 6 thanes dead. Unable to stop the Glenfathan attacks, the earls elected Earl Edrang Hadrit to the position of Grafe? Grief? Dunno. Well respected and known to be a master of military tactics, he was tasked with dealing with the Glenfathan threat. Edrang fought with the Glenfathans, led by an Orlan named Regt, for the next 2 years. Neither side can gain the upper hand on the other, resulting in a tense stalemate between the two groups. Because of the stalemate, the hostilities slowly died off, and in 2631, the Direwood people signed a treaty with the Glenfathans. Regt would step down, the Glenfathans would stop their attacks altogether, and the Direwood people would leave the ruins alone. This treaty angered the nobility in Ader, as it brought a halt to the supply of artifacts. Edrang also tried to get the practice of slavery outlawed, but this was not successful. Because of this, the peace between the Direwood and the Eir Glenfathan is uneasy and tumultuous. Small patches of rural violence still cropped up, but were easily dealt with, as neither side wanted another war. I really want to go take out that bear and see if there's a clue on the man's corpse that I can use to confront those two, because they're a little bit dodgy. Don't like the fact that they're, it's been all of 10 minutes since her husband died and they're already hugging and packing and getting ready to leave. Oh, okay. I can touch another soul. You see a pennant waving tall and sluggish in the wind, a rising sun embroidered on the banner. The vanguard of a small troop of paladins. The atmosphere is buoyant if restrained, and their armor has not yet been tarnished by the elements. This expedition is fresh, young, filled with zest and zeal. At their head stands a commander, awkward in full armor but determined in step. Despite the excitement of his fellows, he does not smile. There's a twist to his mouth, his countenance grim. He throws up a hand, halting his troop. Silence falls among them, revealing a dark thunder, deep and low. He orders them to ready their weapons and spread out. Eyes dart from horizon to horizon, necks twisting to see the source of the sound. In the distance, dust and lightning rise from the ground as Stygian clouds race toward them overhead. The soldiers stand, only the staccato movement of their breath betraying their nerves. The commander closes his eyes, calling a blessing down on his troop. Invigorated, invincible, they wait as the enemy draws closer, poised to attack. Beneath the vines are crude carvings of a sun rising over 3 stars. I saw someone go into the temple. Papa says we're not supposed to. Okay, so that's a ruined temple. You see 4 people gathered by the door to the inn. Their raised voices and chopping gestures suggest an argument reaching its climax. The first figure raises his hands for calm. His face is partially obscured by a hood, but his height and stature suggest...
I meant no offense. Let's put this matter to rest over a round, shall we? My treat.
Hoping to soothe our pride with a few Adira coppers, eh? We don't need your coin.
Everyone calm down. Whatever this is about, I'm sure it's an overreaction. One of the other men glares at the hooded elf. His eyes are red from drink, but his gaze is focused. We're humble folk, but we're no fools, not like he thinks, mocking us while he shelters in our village. We don't take to that kind of talk from foreigners, especially not Adirans.
Say it again. I'm itching for an excuse.
Why, you're itching for the kindling touch of your sister, you cocksfeather!
He sounds like a dwarf. That sounds like a stereotypical dwarf reaction, not an
I'll
elf.
cut that barrel-licking tongue out of your head.
This is a misunderstanding. I didn't say whatever it is you think I said. We've nigh quarrel.
That's where you're wrong.
This is unnecessary. Wouldn't you rather be inside drinking than out here arguing? We don't want your charity either, foreigner. They squint at you through red, bleary eyes. It seems suspiciously like you're defending him. Well, shit. Also, I need to move the location of that little bar again, because that turns out... There we go. Now I believe it's out of the way. Okay, guess we're murdering some townsmen. As the last of the attackers falls, the elf turns to you, the tension almost gone from his smooth
Not quite
face.
how I hoped to get to know the neighbors. Thank you for your timely assistance with that awkward situation.
You mean for slaughtering them?
Well,
You're welcome.
that is one way of putting it.
He straightens his hood, and you note the remains of fraying embroidery in his gloves. His boots are caked with the dirt of many months' travel, but the leatherwork beneath it is
Well, I
sturdy
suppose
and
introductions are in order after that little fiasco. Aloth Corvusser, at your service. Well, I'm a wizard by
about
training,
yourself.
and an adventurer by necessity. I was born in the Seathwood, part of the mainland of the Adir Empire, and both of my parents served the nobility, which afforded me an education for which I am grateful. However, there were no open positions in those houses, and so I decided to seek new means in a new land. And how exactly did you come to be here?
I was traveling with a caravan, but we were separated near some
In
ruins.
Gwithan ruins? Well, those can be dangerous places during the best of times, which these are not. And half the locals would arrest you for trespassing, and the rest would kill you outright. I'm curious, what exactly did you find there?
Several hooded figures operating a strange machine. Aloth goggles at you silently, apparently assessing your earnestness. Finally, he gives you a clipped, awkward
You do
laugh.
manage to find yourself in rather interesting predicaments.
What are you doing in
An
Gilded
excellent
Vale?
question. I came looking for fresh air and cheap land. Instead, the magistrate gave me directions to the inn and a story about the local lord's expectant wife. But I take it that's a familiar tale.
And you? I've been experiencing strange things of late. I'm looking for an expert on
Indeed.
souls.
The local lord has searched far and wide for similar specialists. He has rid himself of them almost as desperately.
His darting glance takes in the tumble-down buildings and the fallow, rock-strewn fields. I expect that such expertise would be best sought elsewhere. Just how did you manage to cross those?
I'm afraid that
roads?
was a matter of misunderstandings and mistranslations. It doesn't help that people in these parts remember their war with Adir like it was yesterday.
You did make a rather lewd suggestion regarding one of the aggressors and his own sister. That. He clears his throat and adjusts his sleeves. As I tried to tell them, they misheard me. Happens all too easily after a few pints, and the accent doesn't help. I heard the same thing. For just a moment, he looks as if he's about to say something else. His expression brightens with mischief, but before he can speak, he forces a tight smile biting his lips so hard you expect to see blood. Finally, his face relaxes and he shakes his head. I should speak more clearly next time. My apologies. Loki? He's got something going on where he just fucks with people? I guess? You don't exactly look like a
Begging your
settler.
pardon, but neither do you. Yet, circumstances can find a person in the strangest of places. As should I, given recent events. It's just as well. I've had enough of the watered wine and lumpy beds at the inn. They say even the owner tired of the place. Just up and left one day. It explains quite a lot about the upkeep. Perhaps I could join you. I could use a change of scenery, and I find it's better to travel in numbers.
Okay, I'm curious about you, so sure, let's
Excellent.
go.
I shall follow you.
I feel like you're gonna get me in trouble. Clubs, daggers, simple clothing, and some money. Okay, what are you wearing? Good. Unique medium armor. Properties overseeing. What does that mean? Plus 10% ability, area of effect. Not bad. Oh, and there's this grimoire. Okay, so this is how grimoire stuff works, I guess. So he has stored minor missiles, dazzling lights, sunless grasp, and fan of flames. He also knows wizard's double. Okay. Okay, so it costs money to learn spells out of his grimoire. Fair enough. He has a two-handed scepter and a rapier. Oh, and he can level up. Which is here. Let's just bump you right up in lore. So, wizard spell. Okay, not much damage, but high chance to disrupt enemy spellcasters. Spirit shield, damage reduction. Okay. Slicking the ground with oil, knocking down anyone in the AoE. Touch range free spell. Chain lightning. Ghost blades, okay. Feet, move rate increase, eldritch Accuracy buff. Sure, take Jolting Touch. Talents. Okay, so it just gives a little AoE to his basic attacks. Sure, we'll take that. Where did I get to? Formation. Let's keep you quite far back. Oh, I see, so that's cycling through formations. So keep a nice little like pyramid-y thing. So before we go to the inn, let's look around a little more. This guy, Ergate, said I could loot.
Were you looking for someone in that tree? I could introduce you.
Looking for anyone that can help me feel better. Gives an understanding nod as he takes a long drab from his pipe. My condolences. He exhales and turns his attention away, watching the village around him. Scattered between the roots are bracelets of twine and bead, wilting flowers and notes, half erased by the rains. Oh, so I can't actually do anything with a corpse of that whoever it was he told me about. Gilded Vale Home. So not a named character's house. Hello, I can touch your soul. You see a crowded marketplace, vendor stalls lining the road, their proprietors' voices calling out to passerby to come sample their wares. This woman wanders through the throngs, strolling hand in hand with another woman. They peruse the vendor's goods, tarrying at a book merchant with a number of old and beautiful tomes, chatting with one another about what they see. One will pick up a book and show it to the other, who will take it, comment on it, and place it back in its shelf. Then the first will snatch up the book again and quickly pay the merchant before the other can snatch it back. They walk away from the market weighed down by packs filled with books, still hand in hand, standing close, comfortable, and familiar with each other. As they pass down a somewhat deserted street, an object suddenly hits this woman in the chest and bounces off, rolling away towards one of the buildings. The women stop and look at the object, an apple, and then back up at the person who threw it. There's nothing special about it, aside from the angry look in his face and the other two apples he holds. Before either woman can move, the man draws back and throws another one at them, this time hitting the second woman in the forehead. He yells at them, something derisive and hateful, something about a legacy and about responsibilities. The woman raises her hand to her head and wipes the juice and bits of fruit from her face and stares the man down defiantly. The first woman squeezes her hand and puts her other on her companion's shoulder, attempting to calm her down. The other woman pulls a book from her pack and holds it before her, muttering under her breath. She pulls her hand free and waves it above the book, an aura forming around her. The first woman is still trying to calm her down, but all she says goes unheard. The man, uncaring of the events happening in front of him, draws back and throws the last apple. As it arcs through the air towards them, the second woman brings up her hand and points at the apple. A glowing orb of energy flies from her hand and strikes the apple, causing it to explode, raining bits of apple down in the road and buildings around them. The man's face changes, anger joined by fear, looking like he's trying to decide if running or attacking is a better course of action. The second woman has started chanting again, her hand glowing, her eyes narrowing. This woman steps in front of her, placing herself between her love and their attacker. She touches her face, gently stroking it while whispering calming words. A kiss. The woman's countenance changes. She calms, her eyes soften, her lips regaining the lost smile. The first woman smiles again as well and kisses the other. "Wizard scum," the man behind them says, and the two women turn to face him, staring him down defiantly. They join hands and begin walking again, moving past him without so much as a sideways glance. The cheers will do. You see a key turn gently, steady, and hear a ghostly click as the door swings inward. Two figures slip in, locking the door behind them, and begin their prowl. Their hunt is efficient, and it takes them little time to acquire a sizable collection of documents in oddly shaped velvet pouches. Quick hands fill pockets, rucksacks, bags. The door opens downstairs and everything freezes. Footsteps, a tired giggle. The thieves are all eye whites and short breath as they empty their pockets of all but the necessities. Anything noisy hurriedly replaced. Silence from downstairs, then tentative steps up the staircase. A voice calls out. One thief creeps forward, the other gesticulating wildly for him to return. He continues forward, crouching by the banister. He sees a gaudy shoe and shoves. The woman falls with a cut-off scream, rolling lifelessly to the floor below. Swearing, the second thief grabs her brother and they make their escape, collecting whatever value they can on the way out. Huh. Damn it,
I'll see what I can find.
Rats scurry behind the sacks. I want to read the book.
They won't see me coming.
Can you look away? Fuck, the other one can see me anyway. Oh well, no book for me. I still have no idea what's going on with the whole soul touching thing. Oops. Despite the rains, the stalks feel as dry and stiff as a locust's husk. More souls to touch. This is a lot of reading. You see a large crowd gathered in the middle of a courtyard. This man stands in the midst of them, a cloak pulled over his head, holding it closed around his neck. The crowd is congregated around a platform and they all watch, transfixed, as a man is led to the platform, flanked by two city guardsmen. The man is shackled hand and foot, but carries himself as a nobleman, not deigning to even glance at the crowd. The cloaked man pulls his cover closer around his face and turns to leave, hunching over to avoid being seen. The crier on the platform unrolls a parchment and begins to read, but the man pays no attention. intent on getting away from the courtyard. The crier's voice grows louder and more intense as he reads, and voices from the crowd start to punctuate his sentences. The jeers and shouts grow more frequent, and with each one, the cloaked man flinches and his shoulders droop. He breaks from the crowd, coming to the edge of the courtyard as the crier reaches the end of his proclamation. The crowd grows silent again, save for the occasional shout. The man turns back to look at the platform, seeing his father kneeling before the block, neck exposed. The executioner moves into position, lifting his axe to strike. The man turns suddenly, unable to watch. There is a wet thunk, and the crowd breaks into cheers and applause. He leans against the wall, regaining his composure, then straightens up. With obvious resolve, he strides off, away from the crowds and his legacy. You see a pair of immaculately polished leather boots and an impeccably maintained goatee. Their owner, a slightly hook-nosed man with a wicked grin and narrow eyes. He bobs his feathered hat at a nearby merchant as he ambles by, a small piece of parchment held tight in his fist, ink staining his fair fingers. He seems to know most of the merchants in the market, stopping to engage in some, nodding at others, and even bartering for minor goods with a select few. Always smiling, laughing, and exchanging jibes. He approaches a heavy-set Aumau, smile plastered stiff across his face, and jokes about the weather. She jokes back, subtly palming him several gold coins. When he walks away, the paper in his hand is gone, and the smile on his face far more genuine. He tips his cap at her, winking, and trundles off with a new spring in his step. I wonder if any of this is gonna be relevant. Or if it's all flavor. Is this... Yeah, Ingrid's home. We've been there, right? Yeah.
Keeping an eye out.
How do I center the camera again? What was the control for that? Toggle camera follow. There we go. We know there's more grain in there, Trumbull. We won't settle for scraps while you grow fat on our crops. A muffled shouting emerges from inside the mill. The first of your drunkards comes through that door gets shot between the eyes. Gods hear me, Swainer. I'll put you down like a dog. Come away for now, lads, but we'll be back, Trumbull. We'll have fair prices, or by the flame, we'll have a reckoning. Sure, let's go into Trumbull's mill and see what that was all about. Don't know why he unlocked the door immediately after they left, because we just walked in very easily. Hello? An elven man stands before you. His relatively stocky build suggesting a life of labour. His face is pale and drawn, and his eyes wide. Behind him, a younger man and woman exchange worried glances. The miller raises a club as you enter. It shakes violently in his grip. Get back if you value your life. Put that down before you get yourself hurt. Trumbull only raises his club higher. I mean it. I won't have Swainer and his lackeys threatening me in my own mill. I thought you could use some help. Those people out there seemed pretty angry. Really? Trumbull sighs relief. Hylia's tits, I could use a friendly face. I take it you heard some part of what that crowd's asking for. Grain, as if I've got it all tucked away somewhere. Swainer's been egging that lot on for days now. They've been keeping clear so far, but if things keep on like they are, I don't know how much longer we've got before things get messy. Please, if you're not here in his behalf, maybe you could speak to Swainer. He won't listen to me anymore. Just explain that we're all getting smaller rations now. We're all making sacrifices. And some other questions. What was all that ruckus outside? Where to begin? Swainer has whipped them up into a froth, going on about the grain stores, claims I've hidden away most of it. All I do with the grain is sell it. I can't create it out of thin air, and I can't hand it out for free. I pay the farmers for the crops they bring in, and I sell what comes out of the mill. Most of it goes to the Black Hound on the west side of town, for ale. And Swainer and his lot sure don't mind that part. You take a look at the fields on the way into town, crops blighted, and most of what I'm getting from the farmers, Trumbull gestures to his sacks and containers. It's gone off, rotted through. I can't pay top prices for blighted wheat, and I've barely got enough good grain to go around. Swainer's howling after things he has no right to. If you don't want those people in here with torches, maybe you ought to stop lying to me. Trumbull blinks, taken aback. I'm not. Look, it's no lie. The stores really are low, and with so little grain going around, I had to raise the prices for some people. There are folks in this town that deserve far better than Swainer and his lot. People who have done more for Gilded Vale. People like the Magistrate. I can't do anything about that, Trumbull says, his voice quiet. That's just how it works. Maybe things are different elsewhere. Here, Raedric's men, they keep the village safe, so they eat well. Damn, I need more resolve. Swainer's people are farmers. They gathered that grain for you. They sure didn't mind losing that grain when it was going into the drinks at the inn. They don't make like kind neighbors when they insult my son, go stumbling drunk through my own crops. You think they're the only ones that need to eat? Now the crops are sick, and the wind's too weak to get the windmill turning. Our village's children are born as empty shells. That's not my doing. This place is cursed, and Swainer and the others haven't done a thing to help the rest of us through the lean season. What do you mean? Swainer, the rest, they've always been troublemakers, loud, drunken fools. That woman with him, her soul traces back to Draydon. That wretched brigand, and it shows. We have good people in this town. People still hanging on to what's left of it. They deserve a little more, that's all I'm saying. Is your self-righteousness worth losing your family over? Trumbull opens his mouth to protest, but his expression shifts into resignation well before he finally nods and speaks. You're right, he says quietly. I've been trying to plan for the future, but we're in danger here and now. Fine. Tell Swainer and the others that I've reconsidered. Provided he pays the same as everyone else, he's welcome to his fair share, Trumbull sighs. Let's hope we can trade for supplies real soon, or we'll all be in a bad way. No souls to touch, it's not. Need to wait till I've spoken with Swainer before I can make up my mind on what's really going on there. Would have been nice if I had the extra resolve so I could see what that other dialogue option was. What else have we got? Cows. We have cows. Same as the other field that we looked at. So we can go over to Esternwood from here. Cow. Can't really do much with the cows, but we can prod them. Is there no door to this building? I guess it's on this side and we can't interact with it. That goes down to Magrin's Fork. Hey, souls to prod. You see a room, bright, warm, and covered in greenery. There isn't a spot in the entire space that doesn't have some kind of plant growing in it. Small germinating seeds in a corner here, large sprawling vines climbing the walls there. Although most of the plants are actually in some kind of container, there are a few that have grown from the dirt floor itself. These are just as lovingly cared for as anything else in the room. This man wanders through the plants, smiling at each and every one, an old pipe clenched between his teeth. Stopping next to one, he touches a leaf, lifting it up to look at the underside, then gently rubs it between his fingers. He takes a small handful of the soil it grows in and crushes it with his fingers. Satisfied, he drops the soil back into the pot and continues to the next plant. He hums a low, cheery tune as he moves through the plants, occasionally stopping to sing a few words of something to one of them. Finally, he reaches the door, having visited every plant in the room. He turns back to look at them, a look of serene pleasure in his face. Then he turns back and is gone. You see a group of people standing around a wagon, transfixed on a sword as it swings in a large, graceful arc. This man holds the sword, passing it from hand to hand with relaxed ease, making the blade dance in front of his audience. He tosses it into the air, spins, then puts his arm behind his back to catch it. The crowd claps excitedly and a couple of them gasp, certain they were about to see a tragedy. Alright, let's hop down and see who's in the temple. Former controller could die. Also, what a rude child. Wait. I'm gonna save here in case it'd be much better to go to the inn first. Chanters can do more than just chant. While their abilities are not focused on frontline combat, they are competent warriors and will continue to chant and accumulate phrases while performing other actions. very curious as to how chanters work. A rising sun in the three of dawn stars, the symbol of Eothas. A man lies resting against the wall, lit by the dim illumination of the fading sconces. He has a gaunt, fox-like aspect, and his face is pale and damp with sweat. One arm is held loosely at his side, sleeve soaked with blood. Gives you an anxious glance as you near, his features twisted with pain.
Good day, stranger.
Ha, thought you were some... Never mind. Whoever you are, you've travelled a long way to reach a dark place. This temple isn't what it used to be. Probably for the best, times being as they are. He groans and shifts position, wincing. I'm no looter, if that's what you're thinking. Not one of the faithful either. Just wanted to do some good, I suppose. Got my arm clawed up for it. He regards you wearily. Maybe you'd have better luck. Better luck with what? The man points a finger upward. These ruins around us used to be a temple of Eothas, the scattered god. A grand temple at that. His worshippers would come from all over the Direwood, from Red Ceres even. Until the war, of course. Even then, you get some of the stubborn ones, the ones that couldn't get it through their heads that their god was dead and gone. Is really the time for a history lesson? Wharton laughs and winces as it jostles his arm. Just giving you the full story is all. What I want is in deeper inside the temple, where the priests live. Lord Raedric had them killed, same as the poor bastards on that tree outside. The temple's been sealed up for years since, until just a short time ago. That's where I got involved, and you now, I hope. Wharton pauses to breathe a moment. The priests, if you can find their remains, well, maybe we can finally give them a proper burial. Questions? Why can't you do this yourself? Well, I tried. Only got a short ways in before I got in over my head. Wharton grimaces. I haven't raised a blade in a long time. Turns out it isn't something you can just pick up again. But you look like you can handle yourself. Who are you? Wharton offers you a weak grin. Name's Wharton. I've lived in Gilded Vale long enough to remember how grand it used to be. He shrugs and looks away. I used to help the temple sometimes, bring supplies, that's all. Won't Lord Raedric mind us digging around in there? I wouldn't go telling him about it. Lingering in these places, it's no good for anyone. But you do this quick and quiet, and we can do right by those priests without raising a fuss. Any chance there's something down there worth a little more than some old bones? Wharton looks around. Probably. Nobody's been through the place since it was sealed up. Well, apart from me, and I didn't touch anything. Any valuables in there, you get first crack at them. I only ask you to do me this favor for me while you're at it. Then, what do you say? I take it you aren't supposed to be in here. Wharton laughs bleakly. Well, I meant to be in and out, nice and quick. I'm not hurting anyone, it's just... Lord Raedric's forbidden anyone having anything to do with the Scarred God. It'd be a little harder to explain to him than you. It's a good cause though, isn't it? You can make some coin in the process. You want me to bring you some skeletons? I'd bury them where they are if I could. I know it's a little macabre, but if we don't get them out now, Raedric's liable to destroy whatever's left of them. They're long dead. What does it matter where they're buried? It's about respect, isn't it? About deserving to be remembered, not just tossed under a pile of rock and forgotten. He breathes out shakily. I thought it worth the effort, giving that to them. Yeah, I'll help. Then by the flame I owe you a good turn. But listen, the temple's been sealed off for so long, it's crawling with creatures. But if you get past them, the priests would have been down in the lower floor. They'll be there still if they're anywhere. Those priests had all kinds of secret chambers. Switches in the walls, trick sconces, that kind of thing. Keep an eye out, and take care down there. I wouldn't want to have to send someone else after your remains. I'll wait here by the stairs and keep a lookout. Maybe try to patch myself up some. Alright. Alright, let's make another save here. Ivory spiderlings. Buddy. There we go.
Lava will be on seek!
Oh, there we go. The other one noticed. But because this is a separate instance. Oh, I'm hurt. Please kill it faster. Well,
Lava will be on seek!
So did anything bad happen to me because of that? Sprained wrist. Okay, how do I deal with injuries? Inflicts a penalty to deflection. Okay, is there injuries? Long-term afflictions. Long-term means they last until the character rests. Injuries are typically gained through scripted interactions. Okay. So it'll go away when I rest. Buddy, get a little closer.
Lava will be on seek!
So the big one hurt me pretty good. Did you just...
I feel off.
Okay. Less move speed. Pile of furniture is branded with scorch marks. Just ooh, a letter home. Mother, I have asked Brother Edric to carry this letter to you, for he travels to New Hyomar come morning. With him goes what coin I have, and I hope it will ease the surprise of an unexpected homecoming, for I mean to follow in a few days' time. Our village is much changed, and though I do not wish for you to worry, I do not feel it is safe to remain. I know Retrix Obrica will not approve, but the letter trails off here. I would like to take off the active. There we go. Whoever sat here left in a hurry. Ink has dripped across the scroll, obscuring its contents. Can I use this? That didn't help much. I'm still hurting pretty bad. I'm gonna have to stay back. Initiate's note. This parchment is relatively intact, but the ink upon it is faded. You can make out a few patches of careful, tidy script. Visitors to the ritual floor. Retrix Obrica says, redemption for even these. Our god struck the largest bell first, rather than second. The rest is illegible. Okay, so strike the second largest bell first. or else bad things will happen. Camping supplies. Well, I do have a couple of injuries, and since I can't hold more camping supplies anyway. May as well have a rest. It'll heal us up. Oh. Your sleep is restless and fevered, assaulted by hisses and whispers, blanketed by suffocating anxiety. You open your eyes to awaken, and find yourself in front of Gilded Vale's gallows trees. The creaking of its ropes growing louder in your mind until the sound is deafening. Hanging from the tree is an old dwarf woman whose face is shriveled inward like mouldering fruit. Her head hangs limply to one side. As you look at her, she looms larger and larger in your mind, until she is mere inches from your face. Suddenly, her head snaps up and her eyes open, and they are empty, and behind them is a vast nothingness that makes your stomach drop. Her mouth slowly parts. With a gust of rancid air, she speaks a word. Watcher. You jolt awake, the foul smell of the dwarf woman's breath still permeating your nostrils. Sweat runs down your face in thick droplets, and your skin is soaked from head to toe. You remember the woman. You remember seeing her decaying face when you spoke with the magistrate. He called her an animancer. Though it fills you with a new, queasy apprehension, you feel a strange compulsion to see this woman once more, if only to confirm she is truly dead. Interesting. We've been down here. We couldn't get through there. Or could we? Was there a path? No. It's blocked off.
Keeping an eye out.
Oh, will-o-wisp. Okay. Multiple will-o-wisps. I sure hope we can damage these guys. Don't know anything about it. It's immune to most things.
Not.
Shit. Well, we're about to die.
It's to my limit.
Okay, so I don't think we're quite at the point where we're able to efficiently make our way through the temple. So let's go back up and out and go check out the rest of the village, see what else there is to do. Hopefully we'll get a level or two, learn some new spells or something, and come back to this stronger. Saying that, I didn't use any of my druid spells. Maybe it would have been manageable with the aid of those. But for now, we'll move away. we'll keep this in mind as a place to come back to. Of course, now at this point in time, we have not seen that vision. So the only place we haven't seen... Oh, we haven't been to the smithery. We'll go to the smithery and then check out the inn. Black Hammer Smithery. Chanters can do more than just chant. I'd like to hope so. Hello, are there any more souls to touch? Just browsing. Didn't mean to talk to you, I wanted to read the book. This Auma of a man is an impressive build, towering above the countertop. His skin is a dusky blue of the deeper oceans, and his thick arms boast corded muscle. Small ears frame a square-jawed face coated in smeared soot and arcing black tattoos alike. He offers you a broad smile as you approach. Welcome, you're the first new face I've seen in quite some time. What can I do for you? Is this your shop? That it is. Been here near on 20 years now. Seen all manner of things over the years, good luck and bad. Tautanu glances at the guard standing watch along the wall, but the Black Hammer Smithery remains. You come to us at a strange time, I'm afraid. The stock's not what it used to be, but we find weapons and armour to offer yet, all forged right here at the Black Hammer. What happened? We just don't have the supplies. Been expecting the next delivery for near on a week now, and haven't seen a sign of it. Have to expect they were hit by bandits. The road out east is crawling with them, or my workers ran off with a wagon themselves maybe to make some coin. As if that lot would dare. He's right about the bandits. The dire situations in villages like this and the exodus to the cities has created far too many opportunities for unscrupulous sorts. Titania scratches its jaw thinking. If you happen to be headed that way, maybe you could keep an eye out for a supply wagon, or my shipment at least. They'd be cutting through the Black Meadow, I expect. Only good road for it. As it is, most of our weapons go to His Grace, Lord Raedric. Titania glances at the nearby guard, and that's as it should be, but doesn't leave much for outsiders. We just don't have the iron. Where was it travelling from? We sent the wagon up to New Haelmar with weapons, and it swings round through Lockholm and the like to purchase supplies. Shortest route back is through the Black Meadow, and then north through the wilds. Titania shakes his head. Had a trader come through with word they'd made it to Lockholm, but I haven't heard a thing since. I'll see him back safe and sound. I'd appreciate your trying anyhow. You bring back the supplies at least, and I'll have much more to offer you. A discount to start. And if you do find my workers, you give them a good smack upside the head for me. Counter to town, sales, passages are near.
Greetings.
What do you have to sell? For sale. I kinda want a good quarterstaff for myself. How much money have I got? Oh, very little. Oh, rope and grappling hook. We could climb up the wall at that ruin with this. What does that do? Summon Animat. Cool. Alright, let's sell... Wait, before doing that. Guess we can't see their stats while they're in the stash. Oh no, we should be able to. Do they just not have? Yeah, they just don't have stats. Fair enough. Can I unsplit these? Hold on. That's annoying. There we go. So I just have to move them into and out of the stash. Don't think we have any armor with the DR higher than 6. So I can sell pretty much everything but those. Why are they... Oh, I guess they only stack up to 5 maybe. I'll hold on to the wolf's hide for now. Okay, so now we're up to 1,000. Yeah, I'll buy a quarterstaff, sure. Anything else? Buy a rope grappling hook and a pry bar. Did I sell all my torches actually? I'll buy all that. souls to touch. You see a man crouching, surreptitious and alone. A series of untamed shrubs, all that hides him from the vision ahead. His eyes are locked in a Delemgan, beautiful and terrible, eyes half-lidded as she hums. A bird with a fantastic blue and orange plumage sits on her shoulder, trilling gently, and the man is entranced. Trembling, tentative, he stands, and the tranquility is broken by the bird's startled squawk. The Delemgan half smiles, beckoning with twig-like fingers. She does not speak as he approaches. His mouth is dripping sounds of awe and admiration. She waits, coy and tempting, and with agonizing slowness he is before her. Then, something changes. She sees something hanging limply from his side and begins to hiss. Fingers suddenly claws and eyes black with hate. He has no time to reach for his axe or grimoire as she strikes, and just as soon as she strikes, she is gone. The only evidence of her existence, the shuddering wreck in the ground. He grabs at his grimoire nevertheless and begins to chant, but the words of a magical language of his own imagining scribbled in a maniacal shorthand, ring hollow, and the silence continues unabated. He turns and shrugs at someone or something, but if there is something there, you do not see it. Interesting. Touch another soul. You see a group of adventurers surrounded by a crowd of attacking Zorps. This man is with them, seemingly unconcerned by the battle, even detached from it as he stands in the middle of his comrades, chanting, his expression bordering on elation. His voice is powerful and deep, booming out across the combatants as a rich counterpoint to the chaos of their fighting. With every phrase, the battlefield changes. His allies glow with a pulsing blue light, freezing the Zorps that surround them. A blazing pyre erupts from the ground, cutting and burning the creatures and sending them scattering. One of the fallen Zorps suddenly explodes as 3 giant grubs crawl from its corpse and attack the remaining enemies. The man continues to chant, thoroughly enthralled in the joy of the moment. Finally, the creatures have been reduced to 1. His allies stand back as the man approaches it, still chanting. He removes his hammer and swings it at the Zorp. His phrase ends as the hammer connects with its head, punctuating the spell and bringing his song to an end. Ooh, daily affirmations of focus and efficiency. All errors can be reforged into lessons. Abaddon rebuilt himself from ruin. No setback is insurmountable, not even death itself, so long as the soul is dedicated to the task. Work hard, work well. Abaddon demands only honest labor and forthright service. All errors can be reforged if your first intentions are pure. All ignorance can be reforged into knowledge. Master your craft, excel at what you have been trusted to do. Do not offend your teacher by remaining a student forever. Each generation must forge its successors. Teach your trade to all who are willing to learn, and in doing so, multiply the fruits of your knowledge. All difficulties can be reforged into triumphs. Meet strife with humility and acceptance. Let adversity temper the ingot of your will, and you will never shatter. Embrace your station, fulfill the duties of your rank, and meddle not in the affairs of your betters. All guilds fail at their weakest link. All loss can be reforged into strength. Profitable work heals all emptiness. So long as you have the tools of your trade, you will always be able to forge wealth in you. Value the works of others, and they will value your works in return. Share the harvest with the hungry, and your tools with the destitute. All souls can be reforged into whatever we will. Hard work is not exclusive to life. Death is no time for complacency. Commit yourself to excellence in this cycle and the next. There we go. The bellows sigh into the furnace, and the coals burn brighter still. Okay, so we got some climbing gear, so we can go back and check out that wall when we leave. And we got our little druidic quarterstaff. Talents can be used to strongly differentiate characters as they advance. Class talents modify existing class abilities or grant access to new ones that are not core to the class. The offensive, defensive, and utility talents are available to all classes. Okay, so we've now been everywhere except the Black Ended. Let's go check that out. Black Ended. Let's go see the cook. That we saved from the bandits. The floorboards are sticky with spills that no one has bothered to clean.
Gods keep you.
Hello and welcome to the innkeeper looks up. Oh, it's you! Tenfrith told us what you did for him. It's such a relief to have him back. I can't thank you enough. Consider yourself a favourite of the house. Discounts on drinks, rooms. Tenfrith said he wanted to whip up something nice for you. He's already back to work in the kitchen. So, what would you like? For some help? Oh, well, I wouldn't say I can speak from experience, but we do have certain sorts coming by looking for work from time to time. If you want to hire someone on, I'd be happy to send them your way. Okay, so I can recruit people here. I'm not going to spend 250 copper and just a random adventurer right now, though. So we can have a maximum of 6 people in a party. On the party management screen, you can see what your allies are up to when they aren't in the party. Recalling a companion or adventurer from a mission before it is completed will forfeit all of the potential rewards for that assignment. Interesting.
Hail, traveler.
I'd like to know more about the Black Hound. Really? Well, let me see. The actual building's been here for years. The Black Hound's fairly new. We get a lot of new faces in here too. Fewer than we used to, I'll admit. Tenfrith's a big draw. I'm sure we'll get the big crowds back again in no time. I used to work the tables actually, until the old owner up and left. Nobody's sure what happened to him. He even left his poor house behind. That's the name, see? The Black Hound, it's still sitting upstairs, pining after him. Poor old girl. The place ended up in my hands somehow. My very own inn. A lot of hard work involved, but it's been worth it so far. Please, sit where you like. Would you like a drink or a room? We have 2 available at the moment. I'm afraid we can't offer much by way of a good meal today, unless you're fond of cold porridge. Let's go see Tenfrith. Ah, it's you, my saviour! He makes a sweeping gesture to indicate the kitchen around you. It's so good to be back. Do not think I will let this go unrewarded. I've decided that you have earned the right to learn one of my most closely guarded secrets, my dearest recipe. After this you will eat nothing else. A savoury pie to keep you hale and hearty. May it serve you well in your travels. Thank you. dish in your honor. Spoons hang by the fire, coated in brownish gunk. Right, level up. Level 3 druid. Let's up our lore a little. Let's get a little bit of athletics as well, why not? There were no last things to get. Just keep going for lore, get a little mechanics, why not? And you can learn, a level 2 spell. A rebounding ball of fire. Ray of flame. Necrotic lance. Mirrored image. Merciless gauge. Infuse with a vital essence. Ooh, a paralyze spell. Blind. Ooh, a lifesteal type deal. Okay. Oh, well, let's give you Ray of Fire. Oh, you can learn 2. Necrotic Lance as well. Sure. So I didn't get any new spells, did I? Oh, I did. Oh, I've learned the level 2 spells. Interesting. Bottom's Decay. That's corrode damage. So it does some instant damage plus some over time. Blizzard. Burst of Summer Flame. Conjure Lesser Blight. Summon one of Small Rain Blight, Wind Blight, Earth Blight, or Flame Blight. Summons a weapon. Hold Beasts. That can paralyze beasts for 8.8 seconds. Insect Swarm. Taste of the Hunt. Okay, so it does some raw damage over time. And gives me lifesteal on my basic attacks. And Woodskin, damage reduction for friendlies. No souls to touch.
God's keep.
Oh, hello. Oh, Swainer. Don't know who you are and don't much care. Keep walking. We're not here to chat with foreigners. Aloth narks his eyes. Careful, looks like they're cut from the same cloth as those rowdies who attacked me. He wrinkles his nose. Smells like it too. Saw you outside of the mill, what was that about? Well, someone fancies themselves a meddler, eh? What's that about? It's about Trumbull thinking he's king of the town on account of he's got the mill to his name. The dwarf's jowls quiver with rage. It's about him barely giving us anything for the wheat we bring him, and then cutting our purses when we need to buy grain. It's about farmers going hungry while some bastard gets rich off their crops. That's what's fucking about. Now shove off. What are you doing in here then? What's it look like? Drinking until I forget how much I want to put a pitchfork through Trumbull's face. What if I told you he changed his mind about his grain prices? The dwarf looks up, blinking. What, you serious? He exchanges looks with his fellows, who grin hesitantly. The old man's listened to reason? About time. I told him he'd come around, but damn if he didn't take his time about it. He sets a few coppers on the table. Here, buy yourself a drink. Now that we can afford it. Goes for you two as well. Drinks on me. Oh, hello. And who are you then? Another fool come to answer Raedric's invitation? Our great lord had my sister run out of town after the boy was born. She was the only family I had left. Not sure where she is now. Places, I need another drink. Scroll of Fan Flames. So copper and Development of a Crucible Knight Part 2, Senior Ranks. Commander and Forge Master. Once a path is chosen, the knight's life is spent training in his preferred discipline. The pomp and formalities that surround his life up to this point are all but gone. The training is far more rigorous, and there is less ceremony to mark his progress. For most knights, Commander, Body, or Forge Master, Soul, are further than they will ever advance. The training of a knight at this level, while almost exclusively in the discipline he has chosen, is still rounded out with instruction from the other. A knight is not truly a knight if he does not have a full breadth of knowledge. When he passes from Justificar to Commander, the knight is given a blue cape to wear with his plate armor. When a Templis rises to the position of Forge Master, he is presented with a white cloak. Marshal and Chrysalar. After time spent training, an elite knight that shows true leadership potential and promise is elevated to the next level. A knight of the body becomes a marshal, and a knight of the soul becomes a Chrysalar. At this point, he is in command of a small group of knights, Commander or Forge Master, and below. He is responsible for the recruitment, initiation, and advancement of new squires. Many knights do not want to advance to this level and beyond, because the role becomes less hands-on and more advisory. Marshals are known by their purple capes, while Chrysalars are distinguished by a gold cloak. Lord Justicar and Grand Templis. A marshal or Chrysalar that shows true and effective command over the knights in his keeping may be offered the position of Lord Justicar of the body or Grand Templis of the soul. Truly a command position, a knight that accepts one of these roles will be removed from the front lines. Because of this, it is only the most dedicated leaders that take either of these positions. Lord Marshal and Grand Chrysalar. There is not a single knight that oversees the entire group. This responsibility is split between Lord Marshal, body, and the Lord Chrysalar, soul. Any knight that advances to this position does so only with the support of the knights as a whole. He must be nominated and selected by the majority of the knights. Once in the position, he is there for life. The Lord Marshal or Lord Chrysalar may step down from the post if he so chooses, but that is only to retire from the life of a knight. The stress and responsibility of this position is such that many refuse it, even if they are capable of handling it. Lord Marshals and Chrysalars are well known and generally respected throughout the land, not just within the knights. Oh, souls to touch. You see a woman emptying her satchel onto her bed, taking stock of her inventory. Potions, bandages, tinctures, and herbs are scattered throughout her room haphazardly. She bites her lip, head tilted to the side, considering. She begins to repack, one item after the other, careful deliberation undercut by shaking hands. Each item has a clearly marked place, but no matter how she repacks it, she isn't satisfied. The shaking worsens as she empties it out once more, one hand held to her mouth. Tears eke from her eyes as she gives up all semblance of order and shoves everything she can in the satchel, grabbing it and running out of the bare house. Straightening her back, she walks to the docks, chin high, eyes hard and red. A gangly young elf offers his condolences, but she can't see him for the ocean ahead of her. She wanders the docks, offering her services as a doctor to any who will listen. Anyone heading out on high tide. Less than an hour later, she watches her childhood disappear in the distance, a tiny speck of an island, and tries not to jump. You see a group of young men standing around a makeshift practice target. This man stands in the middle of them, explaining the construction and use of a bow. He holds it up, pointing out each part as he speaks about it and what it does. He then walks away from the target, telling them to remain where they are, and takes his place about 200 feet away. He carefully lines up his shot, explaining what he is doing as he does, and lets the arrow fly. It hits the target dead center, much to the surprise and delight of the boys near it. He smiles, walking towards the boys, talking about proper stance, and how to most effectively hold a bow. A noise comes from the tree line near their practice venue, and he stops, scanning the woods. Blue eyes squinting against the sun. A shadow moves, making its way through the forest behind them. He draws an arrow and lines up the shot, carefully tracking the motion of the hidden creature. Loosing the arrow, he wastes no time and quickly grabs another. The boys spin, watching the arrow fly into the forest, immediately lost among the trees. There is sudden, explosive movement in the undergrowth as a deer erupts from the tree line, running across the edge of the clearing. The boys laugh, turning to joke with the man about his lousy shot. They stop talking, seeing him holding the bow and leading the deer with a knocked arrow. They drop to the ground as he looses his last arrow, which flies true, and strikes the deer right behind its shoulder, piercing heart and lungs and dropping it dead almost immediately. The boys stare at the deer for a few seconds, and then slowly turn to look at the man, newfound respect in their eyes. He smiles again, and breathes a quiet sigh of relief. Relief. Interesting.
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
Here we go. Let's head upstairs. See if there's anything to find. Building the Warden's Lodge in your stronghold grants access to a variety of bounties. Bounty quests are challenging combat encounters that yield valuable rewards, including unique items. Grab a drink, friend. Not much else of worth in this town, says a woman from Thane. Hey, we said we wouldn't mention Thane. Okay. Roaches scatter and flee under the crates. Okay. 3 more souls to touch.
I'll see what I can do.
3 lockpicks required. We have 7. Not right now. 10 years of dawn. 10 years I tilled the Vorless Leaf. In 10 years I told myself that living in St. Waidwin's footsteps would bring me rebirth. Each dawn I'd pray that if thou art in darkness, he shall bring thee light. And each night would bring the same emptiness. For my decade of living as a simple dye farmer, all I have to show for it is a great deal of purple clothing. Aethys has not spoken to us since he appeared as Saint Widwin. It was my hope that Aethys would claim me as his next vessel, but alas, the Child of Light remains silent. Each day I practice a ritual of banishing the shadows of the unfaithful, and every day I work my fields in solitude, without sign of Aethys returning. If thou art in darkness, he shall bring thee light. But how long must I remain lost in this long night of abandonment? Is this my punishment for keeping my faith a secret? Is Aethys hiding from me until I shout my reverence for all to hear? Surely he must know that the Direwoodians now hate him and his followers. My countrymen are quick to blame all that was terrible about the Saints' War and those of us still faithful to Aethys. Should they not be angry at the raid Sirius soldiers? Do the Direwoodians not realize that to dismiss the god of rebirth and redemption is to prevent all hope of healing? As I pen these words, I know that I must continue to till the die leaf. I will awake each day with hope. If thou art in darkness, he shall bring me light. Each day I will pray that the dawn stars visit me, just as they visited Saint Widwin at the field of Vorlis. Will they come to me as they came to Saint Widwin? As a man and two women, luminescent and perfect, I am told they come to presage new times. I am told many things, and I struggle to find the faith to believe it all. And yet, each morning the sun rises in the eastern sky, and each morning Aethys illuminates my simple plot of land, casting away the shadows of the unfaithful in his golden gaze. I thank thee, Aethys, for all the springs I've had, and all that will come. I am in darkness, please bring me light. I can feel my throat
I'll see what I can
beginning to
do.
give. Oh, it only requires one. I'll probably do that then. Crammed behind the books is a drawing that shows Aethys and Lord Raedric in a compromising position. Saucy. Hey, 3 more logbooks. The Darwood Part 1, Early Colonial History. Yeah, my throat is beginning to give. I can feel it strain. One moment, I need to drink. Okay. No other land has such a wild and bloody recent history. From colony to Palatinate to Free Republic, the Darwood has undergone a trial by fire to emerge as a powerful force of the Eastern Reach. Darwood's history actually begins in Adir in 2602 AI. Adir explorers returned from a journey across the ocean with tales of the treasures they'd found. They'd discovered countless ruins scattered throughout the forests, as well as plains to the north of the trees that would be perfect for growing Vorlis. There was a problem, however. The locals were hostile, and there was a potential for conflict. The Verkoning of Adir, Verkoning, first king, knew that this was too good an opportunity to pass up and sent more explorers to scout and map the area. Exploration continued over the next 20 years. Small groups of explorers travelled back and forth between Adir and this new world, with a handful of colonists setting up small camps to establish a base for the explorers to work out of. Conflicts with the locals, who the Adirians learned are called the Glenfathans, were rare, but frequent enough for the Verkoning to send a small squadron of guards to help protect his citizens. These guards established a central base on a river in the western section of the woods. The settlement would eventually become the city of Deerford, upon which a modern-day village of the same name is presently built. Once that base was established, the first permanent Adiran settlements began north and west of the Bale River. Over the next 3 years, thousands of Adirans made the trek from Adir to this new land. Like the Glenfathans, who seemed to revere the ruins scattered through the forest, caused a few problems with some of the settlements, especially those founded near the ruins themselves. These were easily taken care of by the colonists with the help of the Imperial Guard. The Adirans, in order to further their foothold in the area, reduced the cost of production, and in an attempt to keep the Glenfathan population under control, started making slaves out of any Glenfathans captured during the uprisings. This resulted in a great increase in tension between the two groups. With the population of the area growing, an official governmental structure was established by the Fair Coning. He appointed several earls to preside over the land, and assigned them thanes to help run their territories. And they called the new Greyfirm the Deerwood. The Deerwood remained the centre for the Imperial Guard, but the settlement in Pearlwood Gulf, New Dunrid, was the true seat of power for the area. Sitting at the edge of the ocean, forest, fertile farmland, and a river that runs from the coast to the White March, settlers flocked to the area, hoping to establish names for themselves. Adir began to spread across the new land.
I'll see what I can do. I'll have it in no time. The work of a moment.
Rapier, padded armor, duelist's hat.
Nice and quiet. I'll have it in no time.
Yeah, I don't want to spend 3 lockpicks. Nah. Oh god, okay. 3 souls to touch. My throat is going to explode when I stop playing this, by the way. You see a man soar through the air, hitting a nearby wall with a nauseating crunch. He doesn't get up. His attacker, a burly, clean-cut warrior with a carnivorous grin, turns and shoves his fist into the stomach of another assailant, removing another from the impromptu brawl. The bar is a whirlwind of elbows, knees, fists, and feet, with no end in sight, and he is in his element. In the corner, 3 smaller men speak quietly, throwing malicious glances at the larger man in the center. He breaks a chair over a tattooed head, cackling. The trio position themselves in 3 parts of the room, and with a terse nod they charge. Unfortunately for them, the man sees them coming. Something in his eyes burns brightly, and all 3 slump to the ground in an agony that's all in their minds. The burly man bows to a room of the unconscious and incapacitated before sauntering out, off-key whistle trailing behind him. You see an emaciated boy in chains, black holes for eyes, staring sightlessly at a wall. A man in a dark coat walks in, a scroll and an oddly shaped quill in his hand. The boy glances at him expressionless, a corpse waiting for animation. The man clucks at him, disapproval clear in his tone. The boy stands, limbs hanging. The man takes a quill and begins to write in the boy's chest, copying sharp, angular symbols from the scroll. The child doesn't flinch as the quill digs into his skin, drawing blood as it goes. The wizard finishes with a flourish and barks some arcane command, setting the symbols to glow dully. The boy cries out, knees hitting the stone hard, his chest burning black and red. Finally, the glow disappears, leaving only hard black scars etched into his skin. He slumps sideways, twitching, eyes facing the back of his skull. The wizard grunts, kicking him in the leg on his way out. The boy lies on the floor until dawn, eyes still black like holes, the twitches growing into convulsive shakes. As you near... touch yourself. You see a long, empty road cutting through 2 large crop fields. The air is silent and the land seems too still for early afternoon. This woman walks slowly in the road, leading a horse, curiously looking around. She seems to sense something wrong, but is unable to discern what it is. She stops, sniffing the air, her nose high, her brow crinkles, and she casts about, looking for something. The air is clear, no clouds. She sniffs again. still looking around, confusion clouding her face, mouthing a single word. Fire? She looks out across the fields, her confusion turning to fear. She holds her hand up to block the sun from her eyes and scans the fields again. Not finding what she was looking for, she jumps onto her horse's back, the fear quickly becoming panic. She kicks, sending the horse shooting down the path, which bends around some trees to where the farmhouse should be. She pulls up short, horror now in residence in her face as she stares at the burned and charred mess that used to be her family's home. Tears well in her eyes, and she kicks again, racing to the rubble. These bones are covered in tiny bite marks. Oh, that's a black hen. Aww. The hound stares intently at the covered window, head cocked as if waiting to hear a particular sound. It looks up when you approach and whines a low note, tail wagging slightly. Pet the duck. Dog's tail thumps happily against the floorboards. Sorry girl, don't think he's coming back. Dog whines softly again, head tilting. Well, you can come with me, maybe we'll find him in the way. The dog's ears perk up, it trots over to you and barks happily. You have gained an item, Black Hound added to inventory. Okay. Oops. Okay, which pet do I want to have out? The giant miniature space piglet? Or the black hound? Oh, I've got to keep the giant miniature space piglet. I mean, I like the dog, but it's a giant tiny space piglet. How can you say no to a giant tiny space piglet or a tiny giant space piglet? I'm still trying to figure out. The pupper wants love. You know what? The pupper gets lots of love sitting in my bag, and I'm keeping her safe. You know, that's what I'm doing. Okay, so I think we've seen everything we need to see in here. I'm gonna sleep a night in the inn, and hopefully get that vision again before we got murdered by will-o'-the-wisps.
Hail and well met.
Give me a room. +2 resolve, +1 percept. Let's just take a free night. Sure. There's nothing better than a cosmic tiny giant piggy. Exactly. Okay, here's the vision again. Your sleep is restless and fevered, assaulted by hisses and whispers, blanketed with a suffocating anxiety. You open your eyes to awaken and find yourself in front of the Gilded Vale's gallows tree, the creaking of its ropes growing louder in your mind until the sound is deafening. Hanging from the tree is an old dwarf woman, whose face is shriveled inward like mouldering fruit. Her head hangs limply to one side. As you look at her, she looms larger and larger in your mind until she's mere inches from your face. Suddenly, her head snaps up and her eyes open, and they are empty, and behind them is a vast nothingness that makes your stomach drop. Her mouth slowly parts with a gust of rancid air. She speaks a word. Watcher. You jolt awake, the foul smell of the dwarf woman's breath still permeating your nostrils. Sweat runs down your face in thick droplets, and your skin is soaked from head to toe. You remember the woman. You remember seeing her decaying face when you spoke with the magistrate. He called her an animancer. Though it fills you with a new, queasy apprehension, you feel a strange compulsion to see this woman once more, if only to confirm she is truly dead. Alright, let's go see the zombie. Still trying to figure out the best place to keep this little, like, bar that I can see that happens when I stream. That only I can see. I've had it in about 3 different places and they're all blocking something. Does anything happen in the top center of the screen? I can leave it there. Hey, you said you could introduce me to dead people. No. You're not. Oh, okay. No one else thinks that's weird. Okay. The squat, distended body of an elderly dwarf woman dangles from a thin, crooked bough that sags at the tug of her noose. The bloated purple flesh of her neck, worn away in patches like moth-eaten linen, bulges over the rope that suspends her, and her lifeless head lolls forward rigidly from one side to the other when the breeze shifts. You perceive a faint glow around her that casts no light on its surroundings, but there is a tepid warmth to it, and you feel somehow that you could reach out and touch it, not with your hands, but with some aspect of yourself that has no worldly dimension. Let's poke her soul too, sure. Done it to everyone else this damn time. You take a deep breath, clearing your mind, focusing on your objective. As you exhale, you feel yourself spreading out towards the hanging woman, perceiving all that lies between you and her with a new, unfamiliar awareness. Once you have expanded enough to reach her, there is a sudden jolt to your mind, a ringing, electric surge of images and words and sounds. Involuntarily, you shut your eyes and feel yourself being pulled down to some deeper consciousness, in a space occupied only by you and the hanging woman. And when you open them again, she is staring at you, with eyes clouded in a milky fog, her body still swaying in a wind you no longer feel from a tree that stands planted in a misty void. The woman gives a slow nod of her head, the rope creaking as she does so, and she smiles at you.
Have you come here for me, dear, or have you gotten lost? Ah, it is both, I think. Yes?
How were you able to speak to me?
Is that what we're doing? Perhaps it just seems that way. Perhaps it is the easiest way for your mind to make sense of it. I think it is a very good choice.
Am I imagining this?
No, I think not. A pity that. It would be simpler. A mercy even. To not have to wander anymore, no? Alas, we are here, you and I, wherever here may be.
I need to understand something that's happened to me. She nods, a look of pity in her face, as though consoling a child.
The world looks a little different than it used to, is that it? Feels like you're noticing things for the first time that have always been there. You have seen past the shroud. It only takes an instant. Your soul remembers, yes? remembers how it sees when it leaves the body, like being reminded of a dream you had forgotten. You are a Watcher now, and a Watcher you will stay.
Okay, so it wasn't just the other two that died in that shockwave. I died as well, but just for a little bit. I got better. So what's a Watcher?
What indeed? Long hours have many animancers spent studying such things. Not I, though. Not I. I'll tell you what I know, though, since fair is fair, and here we are visiting, you and I, and it reminds me of better times. Souls pass on, some say through Audra stones, which are the blood veins of the world. They leave the world for a time and are reborn into it, sometimes more than they were before, but usually less and seldom the same. For all souls there is a time where they do not live, yet have not passed on, and those souls roam the world, same as you or I, either leaving or lost. But no one sees them because they have forgotten how. A Watcher sees, though, knows what to look for. And sometimes they know a person just by looking at them, know where they've been in ages past when their bodies were other bodies. See memories even their owner can't recall. A wonder to behold when all goes well. A wonder!
Okay, so all those people whose souls I touched, I wasn't reading their memories. I was reading their past lives. From previous incarnations of their soul. That's good to know. So what did you mean when all goes well?
Oh, nothing to be afraid of, I'm sure. It's just much to take in for some. Sometimes there's trouble sleeping or other difficulties.
She smiles at you reassuringly, fanning out a tuft of long whiskers that sprouts from one of her cheeks.
You should see old Meerwald. He could tell you much more than I. A Watcher just like you. Helped many in his day. Took up in an old keep no one would claim. Not far, not far. Kadnua, beyond the Black Meadow. He will welcome the company.
Kadnua, beyond the Black Meadow. I'll need to remember that. I think I survived a bivouac. Do you know why that would be?
Did you now, dear? My, that would be something, wouldn't it? Could be luck, could certainly be. A storm can be a careless thing. Or maybe it got its hands around your soul but couldn't pick it up. A soul can be heavy if it stayed in one piece through its time. Strong souls, we call them in the trade. Cold, I mean. Called them. Those days are all behind me, no?
You said souls break apart over time?
Oh, yes. Entropy. Rimagan's work. We know little of why or how. We lose pieces of ourselves when we die and pick up pieces of others when we are born again, but less than what we lost. We tried to stop it with the animantic sciences, but with little success. No.
Okay. So over time, souls have been losing pieces and pieces of themselves, never gaining quite as much as they lose. So the whole thing with the hollow barn, is that just the natural result of this entropy of souls?
A very small few resist Rimergan's influence and stay together through some force of defiance, at least for a time. But they all succumb eventually, I think.
I want to know something about you.
Me? I'll bore you to tears, though.
Who are you?
And here I thought you'd come to visit me in particular. Caldara de Baranzi of the Valian Royal Academy of Animantic Sciences. Not the greatest of their number, but I came here all the same because this was where help was needed.
What happened to you? She laughs, a rasping, choked cackle escaping between rows of buttery yellow teeth, causing her body to bob up and down with each spasm. Seeing your blank expression, she catches herself.
Oh, come now. Such a question. As though the answer were plain as a rope tied for strangling. Allow an old dwarf her last bit of cheer. Well, I came where I was needed, didn't I? Offered my services to Lord Radric for a pittance. A humble pittance. I was to examine the Lord's wife, see why the gods have seen fit to poison her womb. Studied her for months, looked high and low for impurities, tested her valence, the permeability of her essence. Do you know what I found?
Tell me.
Nothing at all. A healthy woman, head to toe, blessed with a beautiful soul. Such a sweet woman, too. Meek, but warm-hearted. A few months' time, and the lord of the house demanded answers. For a time, I told him what he wanted to hear. Oh, yes, my lord, she is riddled with imbalances. I must have time to cure her. As the birth drew near, he grew impatient, as lords do. And this is where I've ended up.
What's an animancer?
A student of the soul. Something so basic, yet so poorly understood. But so many breakthroughs have been made in my lifetime. Had been made. Had been. To hear the locals tell it, we're a gang of soul manglers that preys upon the weak-minded. And the worst of us are. But the best of us? The best? Inspirations, miracle workers. My parents were soul twins, miserable before they met, empty inside. It was an animancer who helped one find the other, turned their lives around. You wouldn't believe the stories. Amnesiacs helped to remember their lives. The suicidal brought back from the brink of oblivion. The elderly afforded extra moments to say their goodbyes. How soon we forget when we're afraid. It's a fascinating science. A fascinating time to be alive in a place like Deerwood that does not control the research, no? I love the Valian Republics for many things, but their recent caution will leave them behind, I fear.
Had other questions? No, I didn't.
Of course, dear.
I have no other questions.
Goodbye, my dear. It was lovely visiting.
Caldara closes her eyes and her head slumps forward over the noose, and your surroundings seem to bleed into your vision from some unknown place of waiting. Midas was granted Crucible of the Soul. What is that? Aloth looks at you through narrowed eyes. Are you alright? You seemed lost just now. I'm a watcher. His arched eyebrows recede into his hood. Well, that is interesting. Gives you a sly grin. I expect this has something to do with the hooded figures in the ruins, In any case, I appreciate your honesty. Since we're traveling together, it's probably wise for us to share these things. Do you know anything about us? Only that they're rare, and that they seem to have unique insights into certain soul conditions, he coughs, as you just demonstrated. Let's continue on. Also, I'm going to move this bar one moment into the top center, because that seems to be less intrusive.
$17.5.
Okay. What? pipe smoke, at once earthy and sweet, winds its way into your nostrils. Your eyes trace the smoke to its origins, where you find a broad man with a straw-coloured hair leaning against a mossy rock wall, his pipe held to his lips with one meaty hand. He looks you directly in the eye, but the look is not aggressive. He regards you with
17 and a
peculiar
half.
smirk.
Well, could be 18, depending on how you count the dwarf woman. The people hanging from the tree. 18 of them. Well, last I counted, anyway.
Is that what you people do for fun around
Name's
here?
Adair. Though to the people around here, might as well be 19. Don't think I'd put you much higher than 22, 23 tops. You look like the sort that likes to get involved.
What are you talking about?
The dwarf woman.
What was that about dwarf?
You were trying to figure out whether to count her as a full person. I think you oughta.
What makes you think I was interested in the dwarf woman? He looks at you a moment, his brow arched.
I was smoking over here, saw you staring at her. Twice I refilled my pipe. You never so much as blinked. Your mouth was so slack I took you for a Radric at first.
Impossible, I don't drill half as much. Ah, so you're already familiar. Still, you'll have to forgive my curiosity. Around here, we prefer to turn a blind eye to our dead. Do you know what a
Careful,
watcher
friend.
is?
Best not use that word round here. Could be any number of Radric bootlickers within earshot. Ciphers, animancers, watchers. Same thing in the eyes of folks around here, Radric especially. They come through these parts all the time with their cures, preying on the desperate. None of them are who they claim to be. Of course, seeing you with that funny look, I'd be halfway inclined to believe you were having some kind of communion with that dwarf. Either case, maybe I'm not 19 after all. No offense.
You think you're going to be
The
hanged?
town's had it in for me for a long time now. Only fellow who ever stuck up for me, well, he's number 18 up there. My headman on the farm. Used to be my captain during the war.
Why was your headman hanged? Got involved. Radric sent men down here the other day. Said they had it on good authority someone in town was working with Kolsk, plotting Radric's overthrow. Said if he didn't come forward right then and there, they'd hang every last one of us. No one was coming forward, so Swithin, that's my headman, he steps up and says it's him. They took him at his word. He sighs and shakes his head. Bound to happen sooner or later, if not for plotting against Radric, then for protecting me. What is your time
Pick the wrong
against you?
god. That's what it comes down to. Used to be a lot of Vathus worshippers in Gilded Vale. That mess of rocks over there, that was a temple to him, to give you some idea. Then one day, somebody named Widewind shows up on Deerwood's doorstep. Says he's the living flesh of Aethys. Got an army with him. Suddenly, Aethys isn't so popular in these parts. My brother Woden and me, neither of us believed it. No way was that Aethys. He enlisted, then I did too. But, he didn't make it back. After the war, people took to punishing Aethys worshippers, accusing them of treason. Got real ugly, especially after the legacy started. Folks needed someone to blame. I was safe because I fought, but then this rumor starts that my brother, that he was on the wrong side. And I wasn't so safe anymore. Until my headman stepped in and said they'd have to hang him to get to me. Seems that's no longer a concern. Of course, the townies don't do the hanging these days, but when Radric's men come, they got no problem doing the pointing.
You can see why I was eager to leave. Okay, let's ask about the war. Saints' War, only one in my lifetime. Fella decides he's the living incarnation of Aethys, overthrows Red Ceres, marches in Deerwood, so we gave him a Deerwoodian hello. What's a Deerwoodian
Blew him
hello?
up.
Huh. Who's Aethys? God of rebirth and redemption, Formally, anyhow. Maybe they call him something different where you're from. Other questions. If you're next to be hanged, what are you still doing here? Drinking, mostly. Point of fact, I'm on my way out. Just haven't figured where I'm going yet. Not a whole lot of places out there that don't think Widewind's legacy started with Widewind. Who's Kolsk? Someone who got tired of all the hangings. He's on the run now. Probably will be till I catch him. We could travel together. I could choose a fighter or barbarian, I assume? Where are you headed? Some place called Kadnua. There's an old watcher there who might be able to help
I
you.
remember hearing something about that years ago. He tamed that place. People would seek him out for all kinds of things. Troubles of the soul, questions for the departed. Of course, that was back when you didn't have to say watcher with a hush on your breath. A man such as that, there'd be things I'd want to ask him. Don't know why I never thought of it before.
Because you were waiting for...
Not sure how I feel about setting out with a stranger. And a strange one at that. But, truth be told, you might be the only one in town who wouldn't feel some relief seeing me swing from that tree.
There's a fine reason if I ever heard.
Alright then. Guess I'll do some sightseeing. Long as you're not the one picking the sights.
Let's get going. Cool, so we've met Peter. So what do you do? Also, I can probably, I can level you up. So your initial abilities, knockdown, second wind. What are you, actually? You are a fighter. Good. So I feel like you should probably do well with some athletics. Let's just bump that right up. Okay, talents. What do we want for you? Additional use of knockdown per encounter. Increases the rate of his or her constant recovery. And then that's all the other, like, polyclass things. And accuracy with various weapon types. Oh, some of the attackers' grazes are converted to hits. Okay. If you're the fighter, you're probably gonna be the primary tank unless I get monk later. So increasing your number of gauges doesn't sound awful. Weapon and shield style also seems somewhat useful. For now, okay, that was odd. Controller battery is not low. I decided to reconnect for a moment. Alright, let's increase your rapid recovery. And your level 3 perks. Just bump up your athletics even more. Let's give you a little stealth and lore, I guess, sure. Let's... up your survival. And lore, sure. Right, fighter abilities. Lore accuracy, but increases the deflection of nearby allies. increases accuracy for a short amount of time. Percentage of grazes, so 20% of grazes converted to hits, and increases the minimum damage for melee weapons by 20%. Or increase the max number of engagement targets for 3, but the expense of deflection. Let's just up your damage a little, sure. What are you wearing? Saint's War Armor. Cape. You have a saber, medium shield, with a warbow backup. Do I have anything? No. No other equipment for you. Fix away. Sure, you can have a duelist's hat. You look very fancy now. With 3 people, let's have another crack at the temple. Because with just myself and the wizard, we did okay against the spiders. The big one was a bit more of a challenge, but the 3 will-o'-the-wisps kind of kicked our ass. Plus, I believe we were level 2 at that point in time. Now we're all level 3, plus we have the addition of a fighter. I have to imagine we'll do at least slightly better now. Save just in case. So. Just don't attack him. You come over here so you can actually hit things. Oh, I get a second one. Just increases my endurance. Just sprint shift. Then. Okay, this is the big scooter. So, knock him down. I will attack. And you can just do basic attacks as well.
You're kinda stuck over here.
I'm a bit. God damn it. Wait, no. Active effects. Swollen eye, -4 perception. That's another problem one. It is. Motherfucker. Brain counter, so yeah, it just stays over there. You head over and knock it down. I will spirit shift.
I'm stuck over here.
Won't take for long.
Did you actually use your ability? You did. Use it again.
Guns. Lava.
Okay, and the letter home, yeah. Saw that last word in here. It's just one spiraling, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue.
Lava.
And that was a note about strike the second largest bell first. Supplies will max, so remember they're there. Camp right away.
Lava Rubio.
Okay, there's a lot. Maybe we're not ready for this.
Can't stop.
Won't hold me for long.
Not to.
Most inconvenient.
This is a problem. Can I second wind yet? Door stuck! Right. Try and knock in. Well, I failed. Right. Spells. Surely they're weak to burn, right? No, that's... Do I have any... What, AoE? Shit, you have no first level spells left. Okay, fine, use Ray of Fire. Doing the big beastie.
I feel.
Shit.
Damn it!
Oh, we gotta take better care.
Yeah, we're not ready for the temple yet. Your only ability is second wind. Knock in.
Kinda stuck.
Okay, another spiderling down. And I'm about to die. Please knock down that. Okay, it's knocked down.
You're not.
Nope, about to die. Yep, dead. Oh, not dead yet. Is that another big one? No, it's just the other one that moved away. Is there anything I can do? Can you use... Nope, can't be changed in combat. Yeah. This is it. Okay. Not prepared for the temple just yet. There were just too many spiders there. Maybe if instead of spirit shifting right away, maybe if I'd focused on using a couple of druidic spells, could have done some more. Yeah, we'll be back. Maybe once we hit level like 4 or 5, or if we get something like a paladin or a cleric, someone that can heal. I can heal. I have a healing spell, but I keep using spirit shift at the beginning of combat. Right, so what do we have to do right now? Travel to Caed Nua. So bring Ader to speak with Mirwald. That's at Caed Nua. Travel to the Black Meadow for the smith. Search the temple. Travel to Anslog's compass and speak to Ranga. Okay, first though, I'm going to... Okay, so Caed Nua is away over to the east. Black Meadow. No idea where that is. Let's go back to... Let's go back to Valewood, because we got some climbing equipment. So we can scale that wall. While we're here, I'll give the bears another shot. I don't expect it to go very well. Those bears were very, very strong. You never know. Okay, use a grappling hook. You give the grappling hook a few swings for momentum and let fly. The hook lodges easily behind a pile of stones at the upper ledge of the wall. A few tugs on the rope suggest it will stay put. You've lost an item. Rope and grappling hook. Why have I lost it? I can pick it back up, right? With the help of the rope, you make your way up the face of the wall and over the side. Okay, leather armor's no good for anyone. So, +2 dexterity. Camping equipment. Scrawled letter. I do not think you will ever see this, but you were right, Fulvano. We should have journeyed south together, and been safer for it. I would tolerate all the gloating in the world if I might live to hear it. I have put myself out of reach of the beasts circling below, but I am done for all the same. I do not think I will rise again. Whoever finds us, pray for me, perhaps in the next life, I shall be a trapper of wolves. God, I wish I could hold more camping supplies. Is that it? That was a pretty terrible level. But sure, I'll throw in the dexterity gloves, why not? And then... Can I take my grappling hook back? Nope. Alright, I'll save again here. Just because when this fight goes inevitably horribly wrong, I'll go back. Be an idea to get an adventure. Tavern, if you have money to spare, an extra head might help a lot. It probably would, but I don't know whether it'd be better using the money for that right now or saving. So it was 250 copper to hire an adventurer. How much do I have now, actually? Where's my money? 794. Yeah, that's a third of my current funds.
Nice and quiet.
Okay, let's try this. I'm not gonna shape farm right away. Or
Leave it to me!
shift, sorry. Oh, I didn't mean to turn you away. Right, you... Right, try and knock down the bear, sure. If it works, great. I will... do something. Pierce / burn and shock. What? Run up to the bear as well, and then use that when you are close together. You, I don't know what I want you to do. Necrosis, that guy, I guess. No. Give us damage reduction. Okay. That hit him pretty hard. Try again to knock down the bear. Let's... Shit, that's gonna... Right. Is that gonna avoid the ally? I can't really tell. Right, fuck it, he's got resistance to burn anyway, so we'll use that. You. What else can you do? Necrotic lance him again. Okay, we've almost killed it, right? Level 1 spells. Yes, regenerate our tank. And then our tank can regen himself as well. Okay. Fuck. Okay, our tank's gone. but we're almost here. Oh, we're tanking back. Hey, we did it! Killed a bear. Right, what are the active effects? Bruised ribs, -4 constitution. That's kind of bad, but we can rest at the tavern for free. Bear hide. Cave coral. Mice crawl through eye sockets and over femurs. Wonderful. Ooh, a great sword. Keep that. Maybe we'll get a berserker or something at some point. Alright, let's touch the soul of the dead guy. A figure drifts, suspended in the musty air of the cavern. Its form and features blur and twist in cascading ripples of incandescence. You feel its energy eddying about your limbs, filling them with a heady chill. Reach out a hand for the spirit. In the moment of contact, you feel as if you've been struck a blow, head reeling as you tumble helplessly into a waiting darkness. Light blooms at the edges of your vision. You feel the sun at your back and the weight of a bow in your hand. You know, suddenly, that you have come a long way from the Vale hunting deer. Now you are standing before a cavern, and the darkness extends far into its depths. Even so, your friend strides out before you, his red cloak flapping at his heels. You follow, heart hammering in your chest as he leads you deeper into the cavern. Okay. There is a roar like thunder echoing around you. Fear seizes you, casts you stumbling back towards the exit, toward light and escape. You see a glint of steel, and there is a sudden, terrible flash of agony behind your knee. You scream, stumble, fall. Your thoughts are chaos, lanced through with pain. But in a moment of terrible clarity, you see your friend look back from the mouth of the cavern, his dagger daubed in crimson to match his cloak. And then, there is a great, dark shape above you, and then, there is more pain. The vision recedes and you are thrown back into yourself with seemingly resentful force. The corpse lies at your feet, and the spectre lingers. In the span of energy between you both, you feel a sense of questioning, of confusion, of anger. I met him on the road, your friend. A sudden, lashing anger emanates from the spirit. Rage and grief seem to pour from the gleaming figure like smoke. I'll find him and see that he answers for what he's done to you. For a moment the spirit seems to burn, bright, and your head fills with a sickly triumph. The spirit seems to weaken with the force of its own exultation, growing fainter and fainter, until you are alone once more. I fucking knew that asshole had more going on. You don't have a friend die and then suddenly you're in the house with the guy's wife, you're hugging each other, you're preparing to leave and go on vacation. No. There was something wrong with that. I knew we'd figure it out if we got in there. Let's go fuck him up. We're gonna break his kneecaps. But yeah, getting back to what you were saying, do you think it's worth a third of our current funds to hire a random adventurer? Do I get to, like, would I get to choose what, like, class he is and everything if I hire him, or is that just sort of take what you can get type thing? So if I can choose the class he comes with, it might be worthwhile, but I don't know if I want to spend that much copper on like a roll of the dice to maybe get someone helpful to our composition. Right, none. You bastard. I know what you did. Which house are you in? This one, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Ingrid's home. It's basically a character creation for a new party member, selects class, etc. Okay. That might be worth doing then. But are they sort of like blank slate adventures? There's no backstory to them. They're just like, oh, it's a passing adventure, or it's another party member. I'm seeing so much stuff about like party members not in the current party being able to go and do stuff, and the game is yet to fully introduce me to any of those things. But the framework for them is there. So I'm assuming if I get like a named character of the same class of the random adventure, I could basically replace him and have the no-name go off doing other stuff to benefit me. Is that basically how it works? Like I can still get my money's worth even if they become redundant? Blank slate sheet. If I can send them off to like do stuff for me, pretty much though that's in a bit. Okay, but even if at some point in the future I'll be able to get use out of them, because obviously if say like I chose him as a cleric and then I had a named character come along that had a backstory and quests who was also a cleric, I'd obviously want to switch him out, but as long as if at some point in the future I can just send him off screen to do stuff, then that's not so bad. I wouldn't be wasting money in that case. I'll probably do that then. But for now, I've come for your kneecaps.
Greetings.
I know what really happened in that bear cave, Naunton. The colour drains from Naunton's face. I don't know what you mean. I told you the truth of it. Are you accusing him of something? Ingrid looks to Naunton, touching his arm. If this is about the accident, we're both grieving Pearlie's loss, but it was a wild animal's doing. Naunton shakes his head minutely. You see a tremble in his hands. What would make you suggest such a thing? Why did you do it? He was your friend. Naunton hesitates, and then his expression darkens. My friend. He was a cruel enough man to his friends. You didn't know him. You wouldn't defend him if you did. His hand falls to his sword belt. Naunton, wait. Ingrid raises the hand. I don't know what you saw in that cave, but this isn't what you think. Pearlie, my husband, he was as much a beast as that bear. I tried to leave the first time I suffered his temper, but he wouldn't have it. She looks away, expression pained. Naunton, we met, and I knew I'd found someone special. Someone kind, who cared for me. Please, all we want is to leave this place, to start somewhere else. She looks down at the satchels. We've some coin saved up. You could have it, if you'll only let us go. I've typically been going for like the benevolent thing. If they're telling the truth, then he was actually, like, abusive. Then I'd root for them to start a new life. But I don't have any more information beyond what they've just said. I'm torn. I'm tempted to go for the honest response. 'Cause that's sort of a middle ground, because I don't want to just straight up murder these guys. Fuck it, I'm gonna take them at their word. Keep the money, use it to start your new life. Ingrid blinks, surprised. Then, thank you. Truly, I'm glad you understand. Only, here, take this at least. I hope it brings you luck. She looks to Naughton, smiling. We have a long journey ahead of us. Minor ring of deflection. I wish you well in your own travels, stranger. We won't forget this. You fucking better not. If I run into you guys again, and it turns out that Naughton was betrayed by another guy and you're trying to abscond with him, and then you turn around and tell me that Naughton's abusive too, if that happens, if this comes back, I will fuck you up. That better not come back. I think there's a named character for each class, but it's like okay, well, that seems like a worthwhile investment then. I guess I'll get the crossbow, some money. That was the other table, the other house that I'd booked. Okay. +5 deflection. Remind me what... Statistics, deflection. Resist to direct melee and ranged attacks against a character that are not AoE. Well, that'll be best served on... I don't know, I'm kind of up in the action as well a lot of the time, so I'll give that to me. Put the crossbow away for now. Okay, let's go hire an adventure. I'm assuming the blank slates come with at least a baseline level of equipment, like, they wouldn't just show up naked. NPCs with gold nameplates were designed by our backers. Oh, okay. So all the ones with souls I can touch and the information I can glean from their past lives, they were all people designed by Kickstarter funders. That's kind of cool. Yeah, if I hire this man and he shows up just buck naked, I'm asking for a refund. If they're not smart enough to dress themselves, they're not going to be that useful.
Hail and well met.
Okay. So level 1 and level 2 adventurer. so they don't come at our level, at the party's level. They come at a predefined level and have to level up from there. Is that how that works? Better earn his damn keep, exactly. But yeah, I'm assuming, like, they don't just level up to whatever I'm at, or else there wouldn't be a price difference, right? So I'll have to level him up from 2. They start at level 1, then you level them up to the max they can get, which you recruit them at. Okay, so if I was to hire a level 2, like, he'd show up at level 1, but he'd have a level up available to apply, but he'd only go up to level 2. Yeah, and then they level from there with the rest of the party, so they will eventually catch up, because the amount of experience needed will be lower at the lower levels. But okay, 500 copper for another level 2 adventure. Sure. Let's go with a female. Okay, what do I want? Could go with... So we've got a wizard, a fighter, and a druid currently. Could maybe go with like a cleric. Some good AoE heals. Elite boys for the win. Yeah. Or... yeah, fuck it, let's make him a cleric. Go with a human cleric. Meadowfolk. Once per encounter, 5 seconds after being reduced. Below 50% endurance. Temporarily gain bonuses to accuracy and damage. Oh, they all have that. Fucking humans are boring as shit. Hate humans. Sure, ocean folk. Sorry, not cleric. Priest. Same thing. So, modest amount of endurance fall on allies around the priest. Any enemy vessels caught in the area take burn damage and may be frightened. High endurance, low health, high accuracy. Okay, they're deity. Let's go with Eolthus to just fuck with Radwin. Deceptive, clever. Deceptive, cruel, aggressive, clever. Benevolent, honest. Stoic, rational. It's between Bereth and Aethys. God of cycles, of doors, and of life and death itself. priesthood. Okay. The Aethys is light, redemption, and rebirth. Yeah, let's go with Aethys. So, might highly recommended, intellect highly recommended, dexterity and resolve regular recommended. Yeah, action speed will be useful. So some might to up the amount healing done. Let's bump that right up to 18. Want you to have some constitution. Let's bump down perception, use that as our dump stat. Up duration and such a little bit. Maintain concentration, I assume, for like maintained healing. Some action speed so you can actually heal reasonably quickly. Let's bump up intellect. 16, sure, that'll do. Culture. With the Valia, the intellect. Let's go with athletics and mechanics. You were a laborer before. I love that. There's only one light skin tone. You dress in white. Black hair will do. Sure, that's fine. Hair. So many hair options on humans as opposed to godlike. Yeah, sure, you can run with that. So many portraits. There weren't really many fitting ones for female human cleric. Guess we'll run with that, sure. Voice.
I'm here. I shall lead us. Let's go!
They won't see me coming.
I'm here.
Follow me.
Show them how it's done!
Quick and quiet.
Yeah? I'm flattered.
Let's go benevolent. Oh, fuck, name. Help. I don't know many female names. You can usually come up with reasonable male names because I usually play male characters. Pike. Oh, if I'm gonna go with Pike, then you shouldn't be a human. You should be one of the little people. I forget their name in this, but they're basically gnomes, but with big ears. Fuck it, they'll do. Wait, what? Oh, I had another fucking attribute point. Okay, thank you, game, for warning me about that. Just up your mic. Orlin, that's the one. Should I change her to Orlin? Resolve my soothe. Honestly, the bonuses are just better, honestly. Fuck it. You get to be an Arlen. Oh god, that's a whole new things to think about. Attacking any target is also targeted by a teammate. Hearth Orlins convert some of their hits into crits. Okay. After being subjected to a will attack, Wild Orlins temporarily gain a bonus to all defenses. Yeah, sure. Hearth Orlin. Stick with Priest. Stick with Aethys. That's all fine. That's still fine. That's still fine. Yeah, they're basically gnomes with cat ears. Or goblin ears. Okay, now we need to find an Orlin. A good Orlin female cleric portrait. Sure. Fuck it, that'll do.
Yeah!
Yeah, sure. I'm still fine. Like. And now she can level up immediately. Let's give you mechanics. Okay, enemies take burn damage from the priest's holy radiance. Vessels take increased burn damage. 1 per encounter. Friendly target. Plus 7.1 meter. Okay, so it's a heal plus burn. Interdiction. Dazes enemies in an AoE. It's a passive. Accuracy bonus with Flail and Morningstar, and can cast a healing spell that shortens frightened and terrified durations. Modifies Holy Radiance. Less healing received, but buffs the priest. Inspiring Radiance. So it gives extra accuracy. Yeah, let's do the increased burn damage, sure. Okay, now we have a priest. We should sleep, because our fighter is still
Well met, friend.
Just give me the common room. No strange visions? Nope. Good. Now, with the introduction of a level 2 priest, I wonder if that's enough to turn the tides in the temple. Oh, I didn't check their inventory yet. So, comes with a Morning Star, two-handed, and mail armor, not bad. I'm gonna save up here just so that if it does go horribly wrong, we won't have to climb back out of the temple. But we'll give this another shot. I should also look at everyone's AI. Make sure they're doing what I need them to be doing. Where did I get to the AI? Okay. Yep, crowd control for me is still fine. Damage per rest abilities. Yep, that's fine for Mr. Wizard. Hold ground. Vigorous defense. Some bending. Defender is null by default. Okay, that seems okay. Support. Emphasizes healing and support spells. Versus healing. Excuse me. Oh, some stick drift there. So that's the same as support. Except it just says healing. Priest will use healing and revival spells. Right, you can support then. That seems fine. Okay, so let's try these fights again. So, fighter, go fight. Wizard, just stand here and cast things. Level 2 priest, just come over here first. Don't go straight into combat immediately. And I will go over there.
Love, fear, seek!
Okay, it's going fine so far.
Inconvenient!
Being stuck is slightly annoying. Alright, that went absolutely fine. There's a couple more. Just fuck.
Most inconvenient!
Okay, things are going fair. That's fine. Everyone, fuck out the spider. Was it really necessary to use that fucking necrotic bolt thing on a little spiderling? Okay, extra camping supplies so we can heal up at some point. So we got the will-o'-the-wisps that way. A lot of spiderlings this way. Let's try the will-o'-the-wisps. I'm actually going to use a spell this time, though. Alright, well, I'll use a spell. Okay. Level 1 spell, Winter Wind.
Lava.
Curses!
Yeah, I know, I'm trying to use Second Wind.
I'll have your eyes!
Help! Someone, and I fainted. Okay, how bad was that injury? And movement speed, that's fine. I can do without it. This parchment is worn and tattered, and the ink upon it is faded. In this time of hardship, must have just as much faith in ourselves. Is that all that was in here? Adra and copper.
Lava. Bia. Seek.
Okay. Now everything is coming. You've already used all of your spells. Right. Cleric's about to die. Holy Radiance, please. I will... Are spiders beasts? Hold on. They are. Hold beasts. Hold... like, these 3 if you...
Poison! Get up, you fight!
Right. What else have I got? Nope, not Blight. Where's my... It's a level 1 spell? I think it's a level 1. Yep, Nature's Vigor. Exer Wizard.
Fair, boy! I feel...
Oh! For all of these.
Damn it! We gotta take better care of Aloth.
Okay.
We belong!
Fuck. Second Wind. If I can get it off the way. Or just stand there. Just standing there also works, I guess.
Come on, not
Okay.
like this!
This is getting bad.
Not to alarm you, but I'm slowly...
Okay, second wind. Okay, okay, almost there. Please second wind. Okay, good, you're doing it. Oh, okay. Knock it down. You've got this. I believe in you. It failed. You might not got this. You're out of abilities, so this is just a... It's just a straight fight. I don't think you're winning this straight fight. There's nothing more I can do. Shit! Almost had it. Oh, fuck! You're alive. It's just gonna die again immediately. Yep.
I'm starting to miss my neighbors.
It was unlucky. Yeah, it was close. I think we can do that. Maybe if we go into that fight first, before we fight anything else, make sure we're all in top condition. I think at one point I hit with the... Yeah, second wind, you don't need to select a character. They should use it at their next available opportunity. That's what I thought it would work as, but it confused me with the fact that it gives me the reticle and allows me to select a friendly character. But maybe that's why it takes them a minute to actually do it. Alright. We're all at full health. Let's immediately use... Ah, fuck, wait, no. Okay, now that we can see them. Nope, don't spirit shift. Use Tangle Food, try and like slow them all down a bit.
Most inconvenient.
Something's wrong with you.
Have I... Are you casting or what? Fuck, Ader's a... Oh fuck, I don't want Ader to go down. He's trying to heal himself. Holy Radiance, hope you can make it down. I don't feel like you're actually doing anything. Can you just like set all these spiders in
Most inconvenient.
I fucking spirit shifted. No wonder. I didn't mean to spirit shift. Oh fuck.
Damn it. You're kinda stuck over here.
Move! Yeah.
Ader's low again. Is there anything you can do? You can't. Not a great deal. Give one more first level spell.
Hard to move!
Okay, last one. Just fail on it. Oh no, that wasn't the last one. One more. Okay. We lost an Aloth during that. But everything else is fine. It really didn't help matters the fact that I accidentally spirit shifted at the beginning of that and kept trying to use spells that I could use.
Most inconvenient.
Wonderful, we're all stuck.
Damn, got taxed. We gotta take better care of Ella.
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. This is going bad.
I feel weak.
Kill it, please. That's right, second wind. Why have you not knocked this thing down yet? Okay, so I didn't mean to pull in both of those groups of spiders, but it worked out in the end. One little spiderling in here. Should be able to fuck that up easily enough. Let's camp. Because there's a lot of winds going around. You got more damage on them, but weren't able to use magic. Kind of an awkward trade-off. Yeah. So I would have preferred to, like, Tanglefoot all of them. Slow them down as they were coming to us so I could hit them with some of our AoEs.
Love.
Are they like main controlling us?
Whose side are you on?
Okay. That went fine. Okay, this is the furthest I've gotten so far through the temple. So we can do another save here. Red-brown smears flake away under the toe of your bit. Hello? The nearby crystals light the cracked mosaic floor in shades of orange, and at certain angles the metallic symbol beneath your feet gleams gold. As you look on, the air shimmers as if with summer heat. The very dust and air seem to pull together, until a thin, glowing mist appears before you. In its rippling gleam, you sometimes think you can see the shape of a man, features rendered in broad strokes of air and smoke. Who are you? Your voice sparks movement. The spirit surges with a sudden, blazing light, and in the next moment you are somewhere else, your mind assailed with a sudden wave of fear and noise. You are in the chapter hall, Priests and faithful have gathered in a great crowd, spilling into the hall. Bodies press against you, surging forward to listen. Your own grief is mirrored in the faces around you. Some of the initiates are weeping. Someone has snuffed the candles and the room is dark, save for the podium, lit from behind. Two people stand before it, lit in silhouette. A man is shouting, voice so ragged with fear that you cannot understand what he says, but the rhetoric stands calm, unmoved. Her strength will see you all through these dark times. You feel the hope like a spark behind your ribs. Somewhere behind you, someone begins to sing. The spirit tears itself from you with sudden, dizzying force, and you find yourself back before the ruined altar, swaying. The spirit fades as suddenly as it appeared. Okay. Priest is helping it quite nicely. Yeah, the extra heals are making all the difference. The face of this statue has had most of its features struck off, along with portions of its hands. Well, that's not a door at all. Can't interact with it anyway here. Okay, so I guess that'll open from the other side. Scolder. To Scolder. Scolder whelp. Okay. Here we go, I actually managed to tangle through them.
That's it! Not
enough!
Monsters of the Deadfire Archipelago. The archipelago winds its ways between the Great Eastern Ocean and the Restless Ocean, hundreds of small islands in the midst of the water. Few dare brave its treacherous rapids, and fewer still have returned to tell tale of their adventures through it. Travel between the two oceans is virtually impossible. Great storms hammer any ships foolhardy enough to attempt to navigate, and this alone should be enough to deter anyone from attempting the voyage, as untold ships have gone down, tossed against the rocks. The weather and treacherous rocks are only a precursor to the actual horror of the archipelago, the terrors of the deep. No one knows how many creatures stalk the oceans, waiting for unsuspecting sailors to drift into their waters, but we do know of some. Barbed Ravager, a giant shark that is known to ram passing vessels, trying to knock sailors off the deck and smash a hole in the hull. It has tremendous spines protruding from its side and back that are presumed to be poisonous. The largest sighting Barbed Ravager, with survivors, was estimated to be almost 30 feet long. Jesus Christ, we've got megalodons. Winding Serpent. Smaller around than the Ravager, but potentially longer. The Winding Serpent attacks in small packs, usually 3 to 8. They have long, sharp heads, somewhat reminiscent of a barracuda. Like the Ravager, they repeatedly slam into the side of a ship, hoping to crack a hole in it, or knock someone from the deck. They have also been known to swim to the depths and shoot up out of the ocean, landing on the deck, coiling and winding their way around, snapping up any crew they can, before plunging back into the ocean. Leviathan, oh wonderful! Imagine the largest whale you've ever seen. The Leviathan is at least 10 times that size. By the time a ship sees a Leviathan, it is already too late. As they rise from the depths, the water around them begins to spin and sink, creating a whirlpool. The Leviathan's body surrounds the hapless vessel, preventing escape, and as it goes down, the enormous mouth opens, pulling all aboard to their watery deaths. Pulpavir. All the creatures you've read about in this book are nothing compared to the Pulpavir. Barely the size of a man, What they lack in size and strength, they make up for in numbers and terrifying viciousness. Their lower halves are massive tentacles, like an octopus or squid, but more numerous. Their tentacles are long black whips with suction cups on the underside and small thorny barbs on the top. The sheer number of tentacles gives them frightening speed when walking on land, pulling themselves forward almost as fast as a running horse. While they vaguely resemble a human from the waist up, any extended examination proves how wrong that assumption is. Long, stringy black hair falls from the top of their heads to cover a face taken directly from a nightmare. A wide, gaping mouth cuts across the bottom of its head from ear to ear, full of wicked, dagger-like teeth. 2 large round eyes are sunken into its head, black as coal, shining with malevolent fire. A small antenna protrudes from the middle of its forehead, ending in a small nodule that can glow with an eerie blue light. One can imagine a sailor on the deck of his ship at night, looking out across the black water, blood freezing as countless lights appear beneath the surface, rising towards him as a pulpavir swarm upward. Because they seem to be more octopus than man, they can collapse in on themselves, fitting into spaces no person should be able to. The smallest crack in a hull, the slightest separation between boards offers them entrance. It is not unknown for them to slaughter an entire crew from hold up to deck by infiltrating the ship from underneath. Fortunately, they do not seem to have spread too far outside the archipelago, but there may come a day when pulpavir attacks become commonplace. Alright, so the water's horrifying. Like, as if sea creatures weren't bad enough in real life.
Quietly now.
That's right, come over here. I'll spirit shift this time.
Lava! Lava!
So yeah, real life water creatures are horrific monsters. They're even worse somehow in this game. These prayer scrolls are coated in a thick layer of grime and dust. To his grace, I write to implore. The rest of this letter is crossed out in several places and then abandoned altogether. A fine sword. Will it be better for you? 0.5 second interrupt, average speed. 15 to 22, accuracy versus deflection. Okay, so it's not better. No. Just take that for selling or something. Motion of fleet feet. Increases movement rate. Copper. Admeth Hadrit, Part 2, Rebellion. My throat is not going to be in good condition in the morning. Over the 5 years following his ascension to Gref, Admeth attempted to mend relations with the Glenfathans and bring his land together with theirs. He enacted laws that restricted the taking of new slaves, allowed Glenfathans to buy their fellows out of bondage, and imposed a tax on slave ownership in order to promote the use of free labour. While there was some resistance to these new laws, the Furkoning's attention to Radceris and Admeth's power, backed by the colonists, made it difficult for the Earls to truly resist what was happening. In 2662 AI, in the year of the 10th anniversary of the War of Black Trees, Admeth brought about the end to slavery in the Direwood. He negotiated a series of treaties with the Glenfathans wherein a timeline was established for the official emancipation of all remaining slaves. Each owner would receive compensation in either land or money based on the number of slaves freed. If they didn't comply, the slaves would be seized and their former masters would suffer a substantial fine. In return for this, the Glenfathans opened trade routes with the Direwood and allowed Direwoodans to live in and near areas that had their sacred ruins, but they are under no conditions to enter the ruins. As a final act of goodwill, Admeth freed Galvin Regt, saying he had suffered sufficiently for his actions. The Furkonings, seeing he was completely out of control in his own palatine, devised a plan to get the supply of ancient artifacts running again. He approached the Earls suffering under Admeth's rule and convinced them to hire agents to raid the ruins. Initially they did so in secret, but they quickly became sloppy, eventually being caught. This breach of the treaties incited Glenfathens again to acts of violence, while Admeth researched who was behind it. With the help of the Glenfathen leaders, Admeth found evidence that pointed back to the Furkoning as the source of the raids. That was the beginning of the end for the Adrian rule in Direwood. Over the next 7 years, Admeth and the Furkoning maneuvered around each other, playing political, economic, and military games in order to gain the upper hand. In 2668 AI, Admeth declared that Direwood had had enough. The Furkoning would no longer be recognized. The Direwood was now a free entity and would govern itself. This started the War of Defiance, which lasted 5 years. The end result of the war was freedom for the Direwood, and though de Cadret would never live to see it come to a close, the people of Direwood consider him the founder of the country, nevertheless.
Where there's a pick, there's a way. Shh.
I suppose it can't be helped.
Hunting bow. Cool. No. Okay, so that opens from the other side. Oh, for fuck's sake. God, for a little while my throat got a break. There wasn't too much heavy reading, and now it's all back. The Great Western Stag. One day, Eothas was sitting in a wall, watching a car play in the sun, yes, that's exactly what it says. Watching a cat play in the sun. A crystal, hung in a nearby tree, had fragmented a sunbeam and scattered small motes of light on the ground. They danced around the cat, sliding over him as he frantically batted at them. He spun in place, following one as it rushed past him, and leapt on it, trying to pin it down. Eothas smiled, amused by the animal's tenacity. The cat landed in a spot, placing his paws over it, only to watch it flit away again. Eothas watched the cat's tail twitch and slap at the ground, annoyed that his prey could not be pinned. "Why must you tease him?" a voice said from behind him, accompanied by the crunch of sandals and gravel. "I merely bring the dawn," Eothas responded. "I didn't stoke the hunter's heart. That's your responsibility, isn't it?" "True," said a second voice, "but neither do you quell it. If the hunter could not see his prey, would he still hunt?" "So philosophical, Hylia," Eothas said, and turned to greet the two gods that approached him. "Have you come to debate the parallel between sight and desire?" He gestured to the wall, inviting Hylia and Galawain to join him. They sat in silence, watching the cat who continued to hunt the sun, fruitlessly swatting at another mote and then rolling onto his back. "I have created the ultimate prey," Eothas said finally, breaking the silence. "It can be tracked, it can be followed, it can be seen, but it can never be caught." Galawain laughed lightly. "You don't agree, Galawain?" Eothas asked. "While it's true that your creation is elusive, it can hardly be considered the ultimate prey because it can never be caught." He paused, his brow furrowed in thought. "If that mote of light had substance, the hunter could subdue it. Otherwise, it's merely a dream, truly a fruitless endeavor." "All creatures spend their lives chasing fruitless endeavors," said Hylia. "It is the way of mortality." Galawain laughed again. "I could create a creature, a living creature of flesh and blood that could never be caught. I make your dream a reality." Now it was Eothas' turn to laugh. "You propose turning a fruitless dream into a fruitless reality? How is this any better? A life spent in the pursuit of an attainable goal far exceeds any other." "But you just said no one could catch this creature. This is not attainable." Galawain smiled. "Humanity has surprised us before. Indeed, it could surprise us again. I will create a great white stag and I will set it free in the world. It will have grace, resilience, and tenacity. It will exist solely to be pursued for all its days, and it will never be caught. It will serve to inspire the hunt for generations to come. All those who wished for glory will invoke my name. All those who hear its story will ask for my blessing in finding it. Hylia shook her head, and threw Galloway an amused look. I do not believe this is possible, so I too make an offer. To the person who catches the stag, and they will catch the stag, I will bestow upon them its grace, resilience, and tenacity. Thrice blessed they will be. They will ask for my blessing in the hunt, so they can obtain my boon. Galloway and Hylia took up arguing whose name would be invoked more when the hunt was on. Aethys sighed, a small smile playing at the edges of his mouth. He stood and looked to the sky. The sun had already started to hide itself behind the mountains. The cat, long ago tired of stalking the moats, had fallen asleep beneath the tree. He turned and looked at the other gods, deep in debate, and sighed again. I merely bring the dawn, he repeated, as he made his way down the path. It is up to you to see what I reveal. Okay, next book. Book of Verses. Please be a short one. The small volume of verses and psalms is somewhat battered, suggesting it used to be carried on someone's person. The pages are dog-eared and worn, and the gold threads which form the title of the book have begun to fray. The book tends to open to a particular section, where someone has marked a verse with a small blotch of ink. Eidnung the bright star spoke, and her voice was like a clarion cry. Calling his soul forth, he knew her for the right hand of the shining god, and was afraid. O wanderer, hear me, she spoke. You are known to us, and your deeds put you far from salvation. And he wept, for he knew that his sins lay bare before this great illumination. Then Sargamas spoke, and his voice swept forth with the heat and force of the bright day's sun. Weep not, for the child of light has forgiveness even for you, if you will embrace him. Harmk knelt before them, then, resolved to save himself, and asked what he must do. And Modigan spoke. Her voice was like the songbird's final hymn, bidding farewell to the day's light. What darkness lies within you, you must cast into his light. Your sins will be burned from you until you are newly formed, reborn into his keeping. So spoke Modegund, but Eidnung warned him, saying, You have walked all these years into darkness, and now must return. You will find the path like treading fire, and at every step you will be tempted to turn away. But no harm will come you, if you keep your faith. Okay, I need to drink something. God, this game is murder. On the vocal cords. We definitely can't interact with that from this side, fair enough.
Keeping an eye out.
Skulder whelps. They should be easy enough to get. We just murdered like 4 dogs. Vermin have scoured these plates, though mold still grows in green-black clumps across the table. These collapsed stones are pocketed with burrows and narrow crevices. Claw marks and dung mark the passage of beasts. Another skulder in there. Oh.
I'm seeing written out of me.
Pike was maimed. Wonderful. Minus 15 accuracy, minus 15 all defenses. That's unpleasant.
Not a sound.
Minor ring of protection, and a garnet. That's fortitude, reflex, and will. Let's give that to Nick. Again, the battery in my controller is not low, but it decided to try and reconnect. Let's keep Pike back for the moment. Oh! Skulder King. I should have saved. Wait a second, wind yourself, please. Pull them out. You get further back. Are you actually just gonna stay at 1 health and endurance? Why? Oh fuck. Right.
Move!
Shit, he moved out the way of... Weapon ineffective. Okay, so Aloth's doing this fight.
Lava room.
Mike has just stopped it. Well, shit, I really should have saved before this.
Beyond seek.
Backbones to be at this.
Oh, Pike's just straight up dead.
Get up, lad!
He's down. I'm down. Well, goodbye, Aloth. Oh, it just back up. You knocked down the king for a moment.
That's not very helpful.
Nope, I guess you can't. You killed the last regular Skulder. Yep, need your second one. Alright, we're not doing much of anything to... just can't do anything with that weapon, so try stabbing it, I guess. Wow, okay.
The strain. You gotta take better care of
Vader's
Aloth.
weapon's ineffective. Yeah. That is not something I can take on. The rest of the Skulder are fine. The King just destroyed us. Does an Xbox answer my question? Yeah. Yeah, this is the console version of it. Right, well, Eder, you're just waiting to die, I guess. Yeah, you're doing 4 damage per swing. Okay. Don't go into that room. That is a bad room. We don't like that room. I think I saved after doing the... Yeah, it was after we killed the will-o-wisps and the spiders. We saved. There was just like 4 regular Skulder and a couple of whelps. Oh, PoE 2 comes to Xbox soon. PoE 1 is really good. Yeah, I heard that it was the sequel was supposed to be coming fairly soon to Xbox, which is what convinced me to finally try this game, because I'd heard good things about it, but I'd never tried it before. So I wanted to get it done before the sequel came out. Alright, well, we've heard all of this. Yep, that's fine. Kill the spiders, kill the will-o-the-wisps.
I shall be discreet.
Pull them out, make sure we're only fighting 2 at a time, just to be on the safe side. Beast form, why not? And then we can just fuck up this one.
Not.
I think took a bit of damage there, but it's fine. I've read all these books, I'm not killing my throat anymore by reading them again.
They won't see me coming.
Hello, come over here.
La.
It's just dancing bolts. Or dancing bolts, one of them I guess, that works too. Money. Yes. Alright, the whelps, we should be able to just slaughter. Yep. Wait, this room was a dead end, right? Yeah.
It's no trouble. There you go.
Unlock it, grab that. The other books. There's all there is to see in here. Info at Gamescom, hopefully. Yeah, the placeholder dates have been there for a while.
Lava room. Be up. Sorry, I lost it.
Oh yeah, the trap. Tell you what, Eder.
Not to alarm you, but
There we
I'm
go.
slowly
You can
dying
survive
of poison.
that. Right. The ring. Put that back on Pike, because she's a low level. So then, here is death. We We don't like that place. Up here, probably also death. So we'll save. Make sure to rest if anyone gets maimed or try and avoid any traps. Sneak much children depending on skills. Well, that one I just let the tank it. So we got we saw a book earlier said ring the largest bell first was bad. So let's not ring that first. 3 bells hang from the stone protrusion that runs along this wall. Years of dust and grime coat the metal. There is one large bell at the centre, flanked by 2 smaller ones. The bells appear to be fully intact. They're made of thick iron and look very heavy. There doesn't appear to be much out of the ordinary about them. So, early on we got the note that middle is first is wrong. Unfortunately, I assume that the answer to which one of the smaller is first is probably behind the Skulder King. Left one first. The bell tolls a high piercing note of startling power. The tone echoes merrily through the halls, until it seems that a dozen chirping notes ring through this temple. Okay, so we did left first. We know that the big one was not first, but we don't know if it's second or third. Let's just go both small then big? Nope, okay. Oh, there's no major downside, I guess. The bell sends a strange warbling peal that grows to painful shrillness before it diminishes to a mournful chime. So silence. Left. Middle. You heave at the bell and it swings back in the other direction. The clapper strikes a low, powerful note against the heavy iron. You feel the ringing in your chest as the sound moves through the ruined halls in a rolling tide. Right. It's more than just a 3. A strange hush falls upon the room, muting the sound of the bells and the eternal drip of damp stone alike. And then, a sudden dissonant toll sounds from the bells, so loud and piercing you're compelled to cover your ears. Then at last, silence once more. So that was wrong. We don't have the answer to this.
I suppose it can't be helped.
All we know is that we don't do the big one first. I think we're gonna have to come back when we're strong enough to fight the Skulder King. So I assume there'll be more clues behind him. But this is as far through the temple as we're able to get at our current level. We all injured. What are the active effects there? Oh, that's damage reduction from the rest. Fair enough. Hey, do you have any hints?
Gods keep you.
Still exploring the upper level. No sign of anything yet. I'll keep at it. I figure they're down the lower reaches for certain. I'll be here.
Greetings.
I reached a strange door by some bells. Do you know how to open it? Ah, that door. I swear you used to be able to feel those bells above ground. Feel it through the dirt. He shakes his head. I know you have to ring them in order, and that's all. One of their rituals. You might find more information in the rector's room. Maybe even a key. It's over by the scriptorium with all the books. Yeah, there's a Skulder King in there. And Skulder too. Yeah.
Hail, traveler.
This place is overrun. So I've discovered. The temple's been sealed up for years. They must have tunneled in after the food stores. Shouldn't be anything worse than some vermin, though. Wharton, this place is a death trap.
Welcome.
I'm coming back later. It might be like a year from now. At this rate, bye. Have fun in here. go slightly better against him without Pike dying in one hit. Yeah, leveling more is a good idea. I'm always up for a challenge. A tough fight is no problem. I enjoy that. But doing single-digit damage to him while he one-shots me is beyond a tough fight. Let's go rest, just make sure everyone is in tippity-top shape. Like, get more healing stuff and I'll level 2 too, yeah. The extra AoE healing she's bringing is making a huge difference, but we need more than that for the King of the Skulder.
Gods keep you.
We could hire another level 1 adventurer,
Hail,
but
traveler.
I think they will just die to everything immediately.
Hail and well met.
Let's see what we have for sale. Do we have anything we want to get rid of? Wait, why do I have a fine sword in my inventory? Where did I get that? Oh yeah, I remember. Never mind. Will you give me the same prices as the blacksmith would for like weapons? Wait, we have nothing in the stash? We should have stuff in the stash. We do have stuff in the stash. Why couldn't I sell from the stash here?
Well met, friend.
Okay, that was strange. It's worth nothing. Don't know if bullfight's gonna be useful for stuff later. A lot of stuff that just isn't worth much. Got a lot of drugs. Torches, milk, great. Don't need a crossbow or another rapier, really. Leather armor is kind of useless as it's padded. Sure, that'll do. Extra 100 gold. And we can toss most of this in this stash for now. Hold on. How does this sword compare? 16 to 23 versus 15 to 22. Everything else appears to be the same. That's a bit useless. I want to keep you with your Morning Star. You've got a wand. I've got a quarterstaff. So that can go in the stash. Put all the books away. Don't need this bow. Okay, we're all rested up. They're all geared up well enough for the amount of money I have right now, which is very little. So we dealt with the bears, we found out about the betrayal, we had that little quest line. Not inventory, other one, journal. Let's decide where to go next. So we'll bring Ader to speak with Merwald, that's over at Cadnua. traveling along the eastern road towards Gilded Vale. It's over at Black Meadow. The temple we're coming back to. Anslog's compass. That's to the south. So we've got east and south as options. So I'm assuming Esternwood's going to take me over to the smithy thing. And south down towards Magran's Fork will be... Not sure which one will bring us to Cape Vale. Well, it's probably the southern one, into Magran's Fork, and then east from there is a road straight to it. Let's go over to Esternwood. See if we can find the blacksmith supply wagon. He did promise a discount if we could bring it back. Discount at a blacksmith sounds like a very useful thing to have. Please, can I read the signpost? East to Radrick's Hold, west to Gilded Vale. Oh, this is a way to Radrick. Or Roderick, sorry. Warding symbols as red and rough as scabs have been carved into some trees. Dear. No, come back! Oh.
Not a sound.
How?
Quietly now.
I want to... I don't know what these are or how strong they are. There's a few of them. So, vessel, immune to charmed, confused, disease, dominated, poison, sicken, and unconscious. Alright, let's see if that's the dice. Okay, they're not bad. There's just a lot of them. So what are they doing out here? Just looks back around. Spear spider. I think I fought one of these before. Or was it a spear spider ling? Yeah, I think it was a spider ling we fought last time.
Be on sea.
Okay, it wasn't too tough.
Love.
Are these guys? Let them come to us. Is there anything out there that we can get to? Yes, there is. Human skeleton. Some of the vessels.
Lavaru, beyond.
Sword, medium shield. Orlan skeleton.
Lavaru.
Okay, there are a few. Might want to use up a spell on these guys. Wait till they get close. Cast on nothing. Oh, Hater's weapon is ineffective. No, don't charm beast.
So much.
Yes, I know Hater's weapon's ineffective. It's fine. No, memorial. Here lies in earth a root of hell set by Dale's ain Dibble. His worthless body damned himself to save the Lord the trouble. Ending member of the Society for Collaborating. So I'm guessing this is another Finder thing. I would assume so. Oh, there's more. I would read through all of these, but I've done a lot of reading so far, and my throat hurts. That's all that was up there. Yep. Okay. Back down to the main road. Hello.
Hail, traveler.
Hold, sir, but a moment. Kolsk, I know your name. Oh, fuck, which one was you? Can't remember who it was. Or where it was I heard his name, but I know his name. Hold, sir, but a moment. A hooded man waits upon the road, clad in a green cloak. He strides forward to meet you as you approach, and at a closer distance his features are revealed for those of a younger man, though lined with weariness. He appears to be favouring his left leg as he walks, and there is a dark stain upon the fabric of his trousers under the knee. Even so, he greets you with a polite bow. I do not know your purpose in travelling this road, friend, but I would warn you against it. He gestures up the path with a sweep of his arm. For the keep beyond belongs to that tyrant which calls himself Lord of Gilded Vale. Like many tyrants, he has surrounded himself with stronger men and women for fear of retribution. The man smiles thinly. And so you are warned. If you would press on despite that, however, I wonder if we might not help one another. What is it you want me to... Oh, who are you first? Because I know your name, but I don't remember why. Only a man determined to see Gilded Vale restored to its former glory. There was a time, stranger, when Gilded Vale was worthy of its name. The wheat shone like gold on the hills, and the village's people lived well. I don't know about the golden crops, but there were less flies anyway. And what has become of it now? Whatever has caused this blight upon our lands is not the fault of its people. Radric looks to punish us for crimes we have not committed, and in turn he is blind to his own. I am not, and he will pay for what he has done. I, Kolsk, swear it by the flame. What is it you want me to do? The man nods, standing a little straighter. It is a grim task that I ask of you, but I assure you there is no other option. Lord Radric must be stopped. Too long his gilded veils suffered under Radric's madness. He would cure Wydwin's legacy by ensuring there are none alive in the village to be afflicted. I fear his own wife, Ygritte, may be at risk. The man has no mercy in him. We have not stood idle. My people and I breached the defences, intent on ending Radric's ruler's cells. We entered through the sewers under cover of night, but we were routed. His face darkens. There are dark creatures down there in the dungeons, the work of Radric's animancer. It falls to you. Lord Radric has called for further reinforcements, and soon there will be no stopping him. Our time grows short, and in this hour I must beg assistance where I can. He's gonna owe us more than some rubble-strewn plot of land after this. Fling him from the ramparts, or else cut his head from his shoulders, I care not. Once his throne lies empty, Gilded Vale will have the stewardship that it deserves. Yeah, he seems to be fucking things up, so I'll go murder him, I guess. Then I commend you on your courage, and thank you for your assistance, but I would not send you onward without due warning. Radric's hold is crawling with soldiers and sellswords, all loyal to Radric. They will not take kindly to intruders. In truth, they will be all the more alert for our failed efforts. A frontal assault would be unwise. If you would brave it, you could follow our steps and seek out the entrance to the sewers at the eastern edge of the moat. He looks away. But several of my men were captured. It may be the entrance has been found and sealed anew. Those men were under my command. I would be in your debt if you found some means of helping them. Once you make it inside, seek out my old friend Nedmar. He is the High Priest, Baratheon, now that the Shining God has fallen. A good man in difficult circumstances, he will listen to reason. Nedmar can help you reach Radric, but he resides in the upper level of Radric's hold, protected by guards and mercenaries. You will have to keep to the shadows if you mean to reach him without alarming the entire keep. No sense in wasting resources if it isn't necessary. I'll keep your advice in mind. Spoken like a tactician. Keep your wits about you and I'm sure you will prove the victor. I await word of your success. Be nice if you wished us a few extra rebels and maybe a catapult while we're at it. I'm gonna save again just in case something evil crops up. I'm not sure if this is something we're gonna be able to do right now. Oh, another spear spider. That's fine. Ramhorn helm. Is that any good on anyone? Sure, throw on you. And we've seen everything down here. Yeah, this may be another case of... Hello. Oh. They're not running away from me. Very nice. Yeah, this might be another case of, it's something much higher level than us. let's give it a shot. If it is set up for a higher level, then worst case we've wasted a little bit of time. I can always come back to it later, but we'll never know if we don't give it a bash.
Wouldn't mind having a word with our esteemed lord while we're here. Got some suggestions for him.
Heavy stench rises from the stagnant waters. The castle's bell tower rises up over the walls before you. Thick vines have grown over the outer wall, weaving all over in between the stones. The vines span nearly the full height of the wall, curling over the parapets. Examine it. The overgrown vines look fairly sturdy, though it is unclear whether they would bear a person's weight. Far above, you notice that a section of the parapets has fallen away, presenting a gap in the defences. Okay. So that's potentially a way to sneak. Hello? The guard fixes a glower on you. You have no business here. Lord Roderick is not permitting any visitors, merchants, or travelling entertainers, he sneers. Best turn right around. Bye. Just having a look around, figuring out what our options are. Set into the base of the keep's outer wall, a sewer grate spills murky, foul-smelling wastewater into the keep's surrounding moat. Slick, mossy stones form a precarious bridge across the murky water. Ahead, the iron bars of the sewer grate block passage. Bars are coated with rust, and several appear bent, or sit at strange angles. They may have been weakened enough that you could bend them, given the means. Okay, so we've got vines we could potentially use to scale to the top. We've got the sewer entrance that they tried. The dungeons are filled with all manner of beasties. Or we could walk in the front door. Let's give it another save, and first off we'll attempt the sewers since we're here. Let me... There we go. Just bend the bars normally. You think someone of sufficient strength could bend some of the more worn bars, allowing passage. Who will make the attempt? Wait, who has the most might? 17, 12, 16, 17. Oh, it's me. Me or Mike. Step forward to grip two of the iron bars. Leaning back, you pull as hard as you can. Holds fast. Aloth. Yep, didn't expect you to either. Nope. Pike. Nope. So we can use a pry bar. Sure. The constant rush of foul water against the grate makes maneuvering difficult, but you manage to place a pry bar between two of the more heavily rusted bars and give it a heavy push. You lost the pry bar. With a groan, one of the iron bars begins to give. You heave, and at last the bar snaps free of its base with a crunch. Beyond the broken gate, a dark passage leads further into the keep. Murky water flows in it, flows through it in a continuous stream. You take a deep breath to forestall the acrid stench around you and slip forward into the flooded tunnel. The walls soon fade from view as you plunge into a foreboding darkness. It is hard going, and after a long period of swimming, your lost strokes grow slow and erratic with fatigue. Oh shit. But as you swim on, light begins to filter through the murky water ahead of you. You press on, seeking out the source, until you find yourself standing beneath a circular gap in the tunnel, and a way out. Okay, good. Aloth didn't drink. That's always a good start to have a party member not drown. We're in. Infiltration successful.
Not sure how I feel about this.
A blade in the dark.
Scroll of defense, copper path. Go.
Keeping an eye out.
Alright, let's see how tough they are. That's a lot of them. What the fuck? Okay, we're gonna need something. That's a very small AoE. That's a bigger one. It's not gonna...
That's not right.
My weapon is perfect. Just more and more keep coming. This is... fuck. Right, you try and Radiance. You try and just corrode everything in front of you. I'm unconscious.
That's for my friends.
Right, Pikes. In the process of keeping everyone alive, do you have any? You have no spells. Just Arcane Assault, those guys, I guess. This was a mistake.
Our work's cut out for
Pikes
time.
knocked out. Alright, this is nasty.
That's it.
Oh, he did get a second one off. Can do it. Shit. Damn zombie swarms. Yeah. There was a couple. I didn't expect quite so many to come out, so that way is a no-go. Let's try the other hallway that we saw. We almost made it through that. We weren't far off. We can probably get through that fight. But we may end up with a feint or two. You still have the bow, maybe put it in pike so she can stay at range for heals. Just need to be brave. She has to be fairly close for some of her AoE. Her sort of actually her Holy Radiance, yeah, you can see there it comes from her. It's centered on her. If she's not in the middle, that's not gonna do much to anyone. She had another one somewhere. That's again a pretty close AoE as well. Yeah, she needs to be in the thick of things for a lot of it.
I suppose it can't be helped.
Okay, open the door. Let's see what's down here. Oh, there was a trap.
Perhaps a little rest is in order.
Keeping an eye out.
Gets a better one later, it could be a plan. Possibly, but I'm hoping by that point she'll be, like, tough enough to survive being in the fray. Okay. Just go that in that direction. By the time it casts, they should be range of it somewhat.
Come on, not like this!
Yeah, there is a lot of them. I don't think we can come this way.
Keep it together!
Yeah, no. The sewers are a no-go. Just die. You're not winning this fight. Why would you try and keep yourself alive? There we go. Oh, you got back up. Okay, now die. Pretty bad for the trap here as well. True, but like there's just too many of them down here in the sewers. Even if I'd gone into that with full health. We can't kill them fast enough to thin out the swarm before we end up just surrounded and beaten down. I think this is another thing that's I'm supposed to come to after a couple, like another level or two, once we're a little stronger. Sewers are a bad time. Sewers are usually a bad time, yeah. Very rare. It's very rare to go into the sewers and have a good time. Not many parties get thrown down there. At least not ones most people want to go to. Tell you what, just for the sake of it, let's see if we can't climb the vines on the other side. See what happens there. I imagine we'll just get swarmed by soldiers instead of ghouls and revenants. Jump! You get a running start in the bank of the moat and leap, aiming for some of the thicker vines. Your handhold sways and there's an ominous cracking sound above, but the vines hold. The tower looms above you. Climb up the steep walls, long and wearying, fatiguing some in your party. But in time, the top of the wall comes within reach. You're able to pull yourself up and over. I'm somewhat surprised that even worked. Unless it's Elder Scrolls, in which case it's a few rats and maybe a couple of zombies. Most RPGs are zombie main grounds. Yeah, Elder Scrolls isn't exactly the most challenging of games.
Laying low.
Hello. Fuck him! Yeah, we're not doing a great deal of damage to him. We're not doing badly, per se. Yes, I know low health second window. Right. Shapeshift. Shapeshift. There we go. Right. I'm gonna have to go and murder this archer. Oh fuck, you got the disengage attack. That wasn't good. I'm gonna die. Yep, I was not. Pike is doing something. Can you, like, come around here?
Lava.
Please? Thank you. Yeah, this is not going to work. Let's skip the whole dying thing and just jump back here. Dealt quite a bit to him before he shot you in the chest, though. Yeah, if I hadn't been... If I'd, like, realised I was gonna get stabbed in the back, trying to run over him, I probably could have killed him. But the amount of damage we were doing to that pikeman versus how much he was doing to us, I think that this whole place is like, get another level or two and then come back to it. Which is fair enough. So we've got a couple of things we can come back to. We've got the temple and the hold. This is sort of, Radric's Hold is kind of the culmination of all of the little villages' problems, though. I think it's sort of built up as a tough thing. Not really the kind of thing. It's like, oh, there's a bunch of problems going on. You can solve some of the minor ones and then immediately go and just fix everything. Seems a stretch to do the whole. Yep. I mean, it's worth a shot. Never know if We were lucky. We might have been able to just solve the entire village's problems in one fell swoop within like a day of arriving. That would have been interesting. On a lower difficulty, or yeah, another couple levels or a couple more characters, then we can go in and fucking destroy them all. For now, we'll go just rest yet again. Just top off everyone's health. Make sure we're in fighting shape, and then we'll head south. I've got a couple of potions. I should divvy them up and put them in the quick items, actually. Let's give Edric the other one. Your quick items, put this one in yours.
Welcome.
Rest of the common room. And we're good to go. Now, every time we rest and travel, it lets me know that how many hours have passed. I wonder how much time-sensitive stuff there is in the game. And how badly I've probably screwed myself by just dillying around, resting a bunch, traveling back and forward. Yes, I would like to leave. Here we go. Into Magram's Fork. Oh, I just noticed the time. We have been at this for a lot longer than it feels like. We've just passed the 7-hour mark. I'm gonna have to wrap it up very shortly. We'll see what's down here first. Wolf shouldn't be too much of an issue.
Lava
Another one. Mug 'em. Sure, spirit form. Also haven't looked at the crafting list in a little while. Oh, hello. I didn't even see you there. 7 hours. The goal of it is to do the missions and such later on, like they go by time in games, same as some other things you'll get to do. Well, hopefully there aren't too many negative consequences for wasting some time early on. I don't imagine they'll be too severe. Yeah, 7 hours is... I expect streams of this game to run a little longer than some games would, being a CRPG. But yeah, we'll wrap up very shortly. Maybe at the end of this area, depending how long it runs. Hello there. Begging your pardon, but you gave me a good fright. I thought I heard something rustling through the brush. Suppose that was just you. Silly of me. Don't suppose you happen to need some supplies? I thought I'd make my way over to Madmer Bridge, but I'm starting to think I'd be better off heading back to town and getting a few more folks together. Better safe than sorry, right? Did you hear something? I didn't hear anything, but I see something. Now I'm a wolf.
Lavaru, be on seek!
Excuse me. What are you doing, Pike? Get in there. Here you go. The wolf problem is solved. By every star in the sky, thank you. I've never seen those beasts so bold before. Strange times we're in. Here, take these. I'm headed back to Gilded Vale for certain. You can make better use of them. 3 potions of minor endurance. Okay, more healing potions. Okay, well, let's split. Nope, don't move all 3. Split. Give 1 to either. Wrong button. Right, there we go. Then split. Nope. Give Pike. Give 1 of mine. Computers. 1 of mine. More wolves.
Lavaru, be on...
Ooh, 4 of them. They're hurting me a bit. I'm about to die. Oh, thank God, Pike got her heal off first. Ow. Got knocked out. Oh, Pike's knocked out. Oh, good. She managed to sort herself out. Okay, kill that. Knock down this wall, please. I need to watch how much I'm tanking. -2 move speed, that's fine.
Saw you in the flames.
Okay. Squatting at the base of this statue is an incredibly ugly man. Wow, that's rude. With bulging red cheeks, raked by pox scars, and a scraggly beard, he's sweating as if he has a fever, but his breathing is measured and steady, like a slow push of a blacksmith's bellows. But that comparison feels strange and unwelcome. The next comparison, possibly sparked by his grin, is that of a bear trap. And then, out of nowhere, there's a hint of an alchemical fire that fades almost as soon as you identify the smell.
Come to pray at the statue?
Okay, not much ever comes of people that burn effigies in the middle of the woods. That's usually a red flag. The question mark is barely there. As the man makes a statement, the statue takes on a reddish cast, as if one is holding a torch to it, then slowly blossoms into waving flames. The man doesn't turn as the statue blossoms into fire.
The others are welcome, but it's best if just you and I trade words, and your shadows stay quiet. Hands off their weapons, both arcane and steel. It's only you I want to trade words with anyway. I swear before the whore that is Margaret, no harm will come to you in her shadow, if that's enough of a promise for you. If not...
Staff rests easily in his hand. Wasn't there a moment ago? I didn't catch your name, or why you want to speak with me.
I didn't give it. You probably find names as useless as I do. The names that litter this world like debris are hard enough to wrap around the tongue. And what do they matter? It's what's beneath the skin and the letters I care about. What burns within. It's more important to me you're a watcher than whatever culture or accent decorates your letters like awkward crowns. Take pride in your actions, not where you hail from, or how your name rolls off whatever liar's tongue coats it now. If you need a title to hang on me to match your own, Watcher, then call me Durance. And as you observe souls, I test them.
How did you know I was a watcher? Durance shakes his head, and his hands curl tightly in his staff. I can see the questions bubbling up. Let's burn them away one by one.
I am a missionary. I walk this diseased nation with its heathen, its people so careless with the spirits of others and their own, watchers among them. Yes, I know you for what you are, and your name doesn't interest me. Names are for honest folk, and you are a crack that shines light from another place. We're meant to travel together, you and I. Saw you in the flames. Not your face, but that soul of yours. All tightened up, like a huntsman's knot.
You saw my soul in the flames?
There's things we can teach each other, if you're in need of answers to your mantle of questions. I don't force my words on anyone other than you. I don't care who walks with you or what their mewling problems and politics are. There's enough howling in the world without me stoking that fire. I won't take from your provisions, don't need much on the road. I can carry my weight, which is considerable. Many will stand against you. They probably already have, from what I can see. Left their marks, it seems. Like a trail, worming its way behind you.
What kind of marks?
Disease? Spirit wind? Both could have touched you, yet here you stand. As for disease, not all of us were close to water when the pox hit, but it's no longer a passenger in my flesh. It left its marks as well. But like flames, the pox doesn't strike twice, nor is it catching.
They'd be welcome in the road.
Then let us walk together, Watcher.
Okay, so we have a new person. What are you? Oh, another priest. Well, we've got 2 healers now. But Pike is suddenly a little bit redundant. But as long as we've got space in the party, might as well have 2. Right. Sure, take some lore, a little athletics, some survival. Save the last one. Give you brilliant radiance as well. And next level. And what do you come equipped with? So you have your staff. It's a unique two-handed quarterstaff. Your rod is back up, and Durance's robe. +2 constitution and burn-proof. Fair enough. I would like to interact with this, thank you. West to Gilded Vale, south to Anslog's Compass, east to Black Meadow. Statue of Magran, goddess of war and flame. Dozens of names have been scratched into the stone at her feet, supplicants seeking her blessing. Boar, 3 boar.
Lava.
4 boar.
Sophia!
Who's taking all this damage? Eater? Really? Oh shit! These boar are stronger than I gave them credit for.
My friends.
Okay, I didn't expect them to do quite that much damage, but it's fine. And there's nothing else up there. Never underestimate piggies. Yeah, I underestimated piggies. Why didn't my tiny giant pig help me against those big fine pollux? I'll take it, but I don't think I'll use that on anyone right now. Down to Anslog's Compass, we have that direction blocked now. Forest Troll.
I shall be discreet.
I feel like the Forest Troll might fuck us up. I could have charmed some of those boars, I didn't even think of that. Sure, summoning a fire. Oh, turns out the forest troll was not that strong. More reflex and 25% more healing received. Chewed layer. This piece of parchment is torn and flecked with blood and troll spittle. What little of it remains reads, worried he may have come to harm. Once I reach Defiance Bay, I will hire guides to take me back west in safety, and see if we cannot find Fulvano. At present, I regret my eagerness to be away from Gilded Vale. It is very dark. So more healing received seems like it'd be something. Oh, there is. Fairly useful for either. Here. Hi, dear. Now we have the way to Black Meadow. Let's just finish. Oh, hello. Tiny giant pig knows better than to fight boars, apparently. I think Durance's burning lash and his staff helped out a lot there. Also, Burialoth trying his best, still only doing the single digit. Yeah, we need to get him a better wand at some point. But yeah, between burning lash and me summoning a flaming sword, I think all the fire really fucked him up. There, that one, get that one! These are paladins. Okay, why are we suddenly fighting paladins? Right. Let's tangle fit a lot of them.
So much. It's for you.
Oh, and Aloth got knocked out. Of course Aloth got knocked out. When is Aloth not getting knocked out? That's pretty close range stuff. Let's blind her.
Just like an adherent to go down fat. For you.
Worthy.
Alright, fine. Kill him first.
I didn't think you had the nerve.
Okay, Udrana's Grimoire. Okay. Great sword, mace. Ooh, a wand. Is it better than Aloth's wand? Oh no, he's got a scepter, not a wand. So fast, same range, interrupt the same. So same damage, except instead of crush or slash, it's pierce or crush. I mean, it's something. Might give him a large shield instead, we'll see. Drana's orders. Mages/wizards don't do well with being hit with things. Yeah, apparently he just dies always. Make sure to check the grimoire, it can give a lot of new spells and such depending what they have. Yeah, I saw a little bit of how the grimoire stuff works, but there's still more I need to figure out with that. It seems I have no choice but to provide you with instruction. Redrick's forces are spread thin. The road through the wilds to the south of Gilded Vale lies unguarded. Given these favourable circumstances, I'm sure that even you can manage to handle a peasant or two. The archers tell me that Kolsk's men made south after their escape. If you should happen to retrieve one of their number, I may be convinced to forgive you your previous mistakes. The last time you are to keep clear of Defiance Bay. Know that if you cannot be trusted to acquire a useful specimen with even a modicum of discretion, I have no qualms whatsoever about using what materials I have at my disposal instead. Where have we not been? Over here and up there. Okay, nothing too interesting down here. Hello? There is a house. I'll have a look at that momentarily. Oh, well, it was... Well, if it's only one.
Hey.
Oh, lockpick and some... Okay, so I think we've been everywhere except in this house. It would appear so. Let's check that out. Then I'll check out some of the stuff we've picked up and then I'll wrap it all up. Hey, another grappling camping supplies. Well, I might as well camp then, I suppose. Yep. No reason not to. Alright, time to check out the loot. Okay, so minor missiles, fan of flames, ghost blades, chill fog, necrotic lance, fetid caress. Actually, what else was in his own grimoire? God damn it. The only thing his own grimoire he hasn't actually learned yet is Sunless Grasp. Touch range spell that freezes a target, reduces accuracy. It's not massively helpful. Yeah, given that he knows all the other spells, there's not too much use in him keeping that equipped. Where did the other one go there? throw that one on now. Okay, pierce damage and hobbled and targets in AoE. Chill fog, blindness and freeze, damage over time. Then target becomes paralyzed, afflicted with boiling pustules of foul-smelling liquid that erupt from their skin, sickening those nearby. Interesting. Oh no, don't erase. So 200 to learn that, 100 for each of those. I'm not going to spend the money on it now, but if he has that equipped, then I believe that lets him use the spells, and we'll keep his own grimoire in a quick slot. Armor wise, is there anything and weapons? And that's worse. Pull that away. Bar, hunting bow. To 24, 12 meter range. Go that way. Hike. Okay, so that's just if I wanted pierce damage instead of crush damage. Crossbow. Don't really care too much about that right now. Wand, how does that compare to Scepter? So just the same except... Yeah, we already saw this. Does his weapon have anything unique about it though? Ah, okay. So I can... Oh, I've actually got some stuff for enchanting. Interesting. Wait, can any weapon be enchanted? Yes, they can. Interesting. So that's something to keep in mind. So if that's just the same except for slightly different damage types, I won't bother right now. Large shield, do I want to? Yeah, sure, tank it up. Mail armor. Higher damage resistance, but let's see the properties on that. Pierce proof and... Okay, so it's got extra damage reduction for pierce, and that's why he keeps getting back up again. When he goes down once per rest, he gets a second chance and unconscious, and it's already been... Ah, okay, so it's already been enchanted a little bit. Damn it, nope. 2 things of mail armor, right? Yeah. Go give myself one of them, since I seem to be taking a lot of aggro often. And we'll give the other 2 pike. Already have. Never mind. This last one's kinda just a spare, because everyone else has sort of unique stuff. Added armor we don't care about. So does headgear not give any... They don't appear to give any stat bonuses or anything. Weapon, even the uniques. There's some special headgear that get bonuses most on. Okay, so it's just a cosmetic thing, really. Well, I'm glad Eder has the fancy hat in. I like his fancy hat. Okay, well that's all of that sorted out. Gonna save it there, and next time we can go either east to try to track down the blacksmith's cargo, or south to look for... What's her name? Kaliska's sister that we met in town. Started with an A, I think. I forget what it is though. But yeah, we've got 2 ways to go for next time. Yeah, that ended up being over 7.5 hours. It didn't feel like it'd been playing for anywhere near that long, which is a good sign. But yeah, we're starting to get a pretty sizable party together. The long one though only started watching a ways in. Yeah, you missed the just early on trying to figure out how everything worked. But that's usually quite a tedious process in the early stages. Yeah, we've got a pretty hefty party. Our levels are climbing. We're starting to get gear. Seems to be going alright. We've got a lot of stuff we can come back to once we've got an even bigger party or just more levels. Early days yet. I'm sure there's a lot more game to find. But for now, that's gonna do it. I will be back to continue at some point within the next couple of days. I'm not sure exactly. It might be... maybe not tomorrow, because my voice might need a chance to rest. There was a lot of reading early on, and my throat is killing me already. So maybe give it tomorrow to recover, maybe the day after that. We'll see how it goes and how my schedule works out. Yeah, for now, thank you very much for stopping by, hanging out. To see you again next time. And I will catch you later.